Hello, welcome. Hopefully you can hear me. Honestly, impressed that someone here like immediately. Like usually, usually that only happens if I like uh plan the stream like a couple of hours in advance and like do the thing. But apparently, someone clicked the notification. So, hello, welcome. Yesterday, what was I doing? I was copying the map data from Scavenger and trying to like import it into my thing so that I can load the same default map. One thing I'm feeling looking at this is one, the map is way too high than it is wide, which I'm pretty sure is just because we're using like exact XY of the map. The map should be I want to say it's like 100 tall, something like that. Maybe it's 50 by 60 or something. Because the idea is that like they're interweaved, which means that the XY coordinates of the saved data is not actually necessarily perfectly aligned with the yeah. So the data here is like 200 lines or something. 140. Yeah, so it's like 200 lines and it's 60 lines wide, but it's because each upper line is shifted down a line, which means that the hexagon map actually only ends up being less than that, but wider than this. So this, I feel like, is way too wide for how high it is, which is partly also why you get this weird diagonal stripe, is because this is actually the bottom of the map. But it's still within the zone, but it's not the right spot, and it's also why Detroit's up here. Which maybe that's what it's supposed to look like, but I feel like I need to somehow skew the map back down. Maybe not though. I was trying to think about it before, but it's weird, like, because it's about how we test the effectively. It's not here; it's the Neo sampler. Here we convert the coordinate system that we pass in, like the actual cell when we're sampling a cell, and we try and work out what it is in terms of the Neo scavenger style map. And from that we work at other things. So the issue is that I'm basically saying, yeah, keep the just make the x equal to the cube, which might be correct, but I don't actually know if that's correct. And then the it's like I need to go in here and I need to like find a cell and check to see if that actually works. Because I think it's moving in the wrong direction. So this is -1q. It's gonna be one of these water blocks. Yeah. So moving in the q moves it diagonally. Interesting. Which means that the q is actually yeah, so we need to because they're stacked on top of each other. Also picking the wrong tiles, which is funny. I still don't know where that bug is, but right, so the q. So the q directly correlates to the y in the actual the x in the actual map. So if we want to sample like this, or if we want to sample here, right, but this is actually here, I think, in terms of the sampler. So like, oh, I guess it's here. So you sample this one, and then the next line is actually here. So the Q, in terms of like when you sample a Q, that one's 1Q higher, right? Like we go from Q here, yeah. So we sample here. If we want to sample here, we increase the Q by 1, which is actually increasing the Y by 1. I think. Right, so it's like for each time Q goes up, we have to correct Q by the Y. I think my brain is not parsing this properly. If this number, if q goes up by 1, if q goes up by 1, y goes up. If q's up, y, q up, y. Q goes up by 1. If the q goes up, move to here. You move over 1, but moving over 1 is up 1. So we need to convert it back to the xy, I guess. Can I just convert it back to xy? Can I just say like we obviously need to flip the direction, but it could be like let x like pos equals hex cell to xy. Oh, okay, well, it's just cell then. Cell dot 2 because you're not a hex cell. Because we have a right, yeah. Okay, the pos is dot 2xy, 2xy, and then we have to take in like a hex map style of cell size 1 and pointy is false. Something like that. Now, I don't know if this is going to work, but the idea would be that we would want to then use the pos. So then we're just going to modify this. We're going to say cell. So x is just pos.x. And then pos.y. That doesn't seem right. No, because it's going to shift. No, I'm trying to convert back. To go up and down. If I just go up 1 in the queue. To multiply by like 1.5. Maybe. I can't, my brain is not working. So the R is just directly up and down. But that means that the R actually has to represent 2. The very R is 2y. And for every Q, we so I'm going to say let y equals cell.r times 2. Right, which would be effectively every time we increase this, we increase. Yep, okay. Then every time we increase the Q by 1, okay. Every time we increase the Q by 1, we also increase the y by 1 plus cell.q, and then let x equals cell.q. Is that correct? Because I think that's the same math we're using for calculating something else. But that gives us our x and our y. And then we say, and then, but look, y needs to be 200 minus, because that's just for the sampling case. So then we just say x, and we just okay, px and py and px, py okay, py px. Maybe we should just call it cell then. Fine. Cell. Let cell equal. Okay, so now when I run this, first off, it shouldn't render the whole map because we skip up the y like that, which means I need to change the size of the map to represent that. But hopefully, because of the way we're like a sampling at the bottom, we should see the swamp. No, we have the swamp cut off, but we should see everything else in a more correct shape, and then we apparently fill all this in with gibberish. It's still not filling in this corner. I think this is because I'm not actually sampling a large enough area. So this is all filled with nothing, and that's because there's no map data up there. I feel like this is much more correct. I think it still feels wrong though. It's also just like not doing what I think it should be doing. Did I bring that in? We do have other stuff, so we can do like is it 36 or something? Cryo. Cryolab was equal to 36. Yeah, there's Cryolab. And then we gotta just make sure that we map the Cryolab to the Cryolab. At least that way the Cryolab will show up. Then we have to go back to our world gen stuff when we map hex type. Can we just make you public, please? I'm gonna be like tired of that. Where is it? It's not here. It's here. So by that, it appears we need to like spawn like way more map cells in just to make it reach the rest of the way. But we have to also say when we pass in our neo sampling. Maybe that's in here. Are you where I set my boundary size? You only have the rules somewhere. Something is picking a map size here. Where though? Who's it could be you. No, it's gonna be higher up the level, isn't it? It's gonna be in mod. You. So it's I think probably 100 by 120 is the map size. Because that should then it says concerning. So when I convert this, the y I guess maybe it should probably work. I haven't quite worked out mentally what the math of that is, but the issue is I'm working in 2 coordinate spaces, which is not probably the smartest idea. It's done it again where it's rendered. I feel like this is the right size. And it's obviously rendering this big chunk of extra shit over here that it's not supposed to be rendering. But it should also be rendering the swamp stuff. That definitely looks more correct. Like, that looks like what it's supposed to look like. So it's not supposed to be so wide. I think it's supposed to be 50 by 60. So we go back to, is it here? 60 by 100. I'm still not entirely sure why it's not rendering that bottom corner. Maybe it's because it needs to be when we gen the world. Maybe that's higher in the negatives. Maybe this is the -20 area. It's interesting, but I feel like the math is still wrong somewhere. Like, I don't think I'm converting it correctly. Especially because, like, Detroit's all missing and the swamp's all missing. Oh, the swamp's missing because it's supposed to be lower. Right, yeah. That's... like negative... like negative 100, 500. Because again, it doesn't really matter how big I try to spawn because the map sampler will cut it off. So it's like... and I'm just trying to make it render the whole map. Okay, now it's rendering the whole map. So city is also not the correct tile to put there, but anyway. Why is it rendering too far? It's obviously sampling an extra 2 lines in that direction. Which is what makes me think that my code is what's sampling wrong. Somewhere I specify the bounds. I think we need to make the map go into the negative because that's where the swamp's actually located. So where do I spawn that? I keep navigating this code so poorly. Okay, min. So it's not splat u. No. So 0 on the x, but negative. What did I say? Like 12. Let's go like -20 because again, it doesn't actually matter if we go too far because it should just turn into. Well, we can work it out because -20 will then suddenly result in the grass being wrong. Not 20. It's like it's probably actually 6 because I think it's like 12. 1, 2, 3. Wait for a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, so it'd be 6. So if I said, what's fucking here? A6. So when I do this, so we have the swamp at the bottom, and then a bunch of tiles past it because the swamp only clearly takes up so much space. And then it obviously starts just rendering random gibberish again. Now I'm unclear why this map needs to be presumably 2 tiles smaller, because if I make it 1 tile smaller, the water's going to end up... I guess that'd be outside. So it's 1 too wide for some reason. Just a bizarre little weird quirk of everything. I'm also unclear why the lab's not spawning. Yeah, maybe it's because I didn't have the code set up to detect the lab. when I was doing the special code stuff. Something went to ding. Was I doing? Oh, right. We're gonna make the map. So 59. Seems odd that we have to do with 59. Maybe we should find that photo and go. Maybe that's the issue, is that there's not actually anything along that edge. Maybe. We go play, we go. We're also apparently like one cell too high, I reckon. Okay. Because that's what that would be, is that that's basically saying that there's one extra cell. Oh, one too low, maybe. So instead of subtracting 6, if we go -5. -5 then. I also feel like making it surrounded with water is just a bad idea. Where is that? That's the world gen sampler that does that. No, terrain gen. Alright, fine. I'm gonna say don't do that at all, and then we just return. I guess it contains else none. Alright. So that should stop us from adding water where water's not actually like intended to be. So like the bottom of the swamp. The bottom of the swamp is now just swamp. And then the water's all around the edges. Now, annoyingly, is this because of my math? Probably. So we need the thing to go one higher up, which makes me think that maybe my code's off by 1 somewhere. Interesting. It's like if we go 101, so for the same reason that we had to make it 1 shallower, not end up with grass everywhere, we have to make it 1 taller to actually capture. No, it turned into grass, which just implies that I'm probably fucking up my math, to be honest. Like oh, because I'm explicitly checking. Maybe not. I would be. That's spawning the extra line of water. Something's not detecting the extra line of water. Very unclear. When you neo sample, somehow this number is getting. That's why. We're missing a whole sequence of Y's apparently. I find interesting. I guess it does make sense somewhat. Where's the run thing? Why is my brain so slow today? Like, my guess of what's happening is that when we go up here, this is y0. Whereas this isn't, like, this is y -1, this is y0, y0, this is y1. That's actually what the top of the map's supposed to look like. Like, clearly there's extra water on this. But is that because like that extra water? Am I messing up my calculations somewhere? What do I do? Check here. Go here and go. So the entire first line is zeros. Which means that I'm off by thing of like this line up here needs to be 0. I wonder if it's because it's like it can't do odd numbers or something. And the simplest solution is to go here and go like less than equal to. Okay, we'll leave equal. So we're gonna rename this rule. This is x. Rename this to x eq, and this one is y eq. And then we're gonna like add a new rule, just because I feel like it'd be easier to do things like later with that. Duplicate the same one twice. You go here, you go here. Okay, and then there's y le and ge ge. Okay, so gonna turn into some really bad code, but anyway. If let some yeah, less equal. Right. That should pass all the rules correctly. Then we just go tweak the map and we say, hey, less than or equal to. And that should then, we should also be less than or equal to. Or something sort of red. So does it fix the water? Apparently it doesn't fix this fucking edge. think it passes it the wrong way. Doesn't make any sense. Oh, is it because I don't do this? Right, yeah, I have rules down here. Filed, okay. So, greater equal greater equal y, less than or equal. Okay. That should actually be the code that fixes it. Then we go to our like map stripper thing and we go less than or equal to, less than or equal to. Now do we have a water all the way around? Good, good. Lovely. I still am unclear what I have done to break the roads. Like, why is the swamp wrong? I go to the fucking sprite map. Like, where do I calculate that number? It's like tiles. We extract this, which is 13, 6. Where's the... Okay. When you get the tile, you turn hex type into ID. When I look at the image, the swamp is this tile, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 4 times 13 plus 2. So 54. If I then go to my fucking tile thing, I'll go to you and then go swamp. Why is swamp 50 and not 54? Swamp isn't 37. What? Why is the numbers wrong? Hill Spring. No, there's... Then this... Oh, because it's the wrong swamp for one thing. It's still the wrong fucking number. It's out by like a massive margin. It's putting like this road in. So first off, we can correct that by saying that this isn't swamp. This is a black swamp. Black swamp. Which apparently is 52, which I've calculated actually should be 54, which implies that I missed 2. Right, let's go back to you and go, okay. So then you're 12 plus 13. And you're 37. Makes swamp 50. The swamp's supposed to be 52? Yeah. So what did I miss? Because I just copied this number and added 13, which is apparently wrong. I'm just gonna open this as a little like the other day. You can open this like its own thing. Right. And come here. And we go, okay. So what do we do? So we got wall. We got slum warehouse, slum building ruins, castle entrance, wall, city, 4 roads, Hill Spring. You're 37. So you should start at 13 times 4, 52. What should you start at? You should be 13. Are you supposed to be 26 then? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So this would be 26. Makes it 38, which makes you 39. Makes you 50. Okay. I just fucked up the math somewhere. Okay. Now when I run this, hey look, Black Swamp's all down here. Look, Zomzom's also the correct building now. So you obviously have like the other stuff too. So we have town equals 7, city equals 9. Apparently strange forest. I don't actually know what is the fucking icon for strange forest. Not you. You. Strange forest. Fucking ads everywhere, Jesus Christ. I don't know, maybe it's just an actual forest. There's no icon for like something like oh no, it's probably these will probably all be like special buildings, I reckon. So there's Zom Strange Forest. That's probably the isotope mine then. So Strange Forest is whatever. I think I called it Thick Forest or something. We go back to our code. And we go, right, so Strange Forest was 30. There. ATN was 33. Isotope I 31. Okay, so the Detroit's not city, but anyway. So we have ocean, random, swamp. I should probably put these in order to make it easier to fucking know that I've done them. Swamp, isotope mine, 29, so 9, so 15 is ruins. Do I have ruins? Equals 15. Swamp rate is 20. Cryolab. All right, so then we need to map the new ones to. So apparently random maps to grass, which is kind of funny. All right, so gen town. So town maps to town, city maps to city. Ruin maps to ruins. Strange forest maps to forest dense. Okay, so then we so that's actually the strange forest. And then the isotope mine broken. Yep. Okay. I should probably rename that to the isotope mine then. Okay. Good. So the city, and then the ATN. No. What did I call it? So cabin camp. Camp. Cell 59. So probably not camp then. Okay, maybe camp. 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 57. Yeah. Apparently I forgot how to count. There. ATN. Okay, so we're probably gonna need to do a bunch of agendas, and then from string we need to the town, city, ruins, strange forest, isotope mine. Actually, there's a strum for this, isn't there? Like there's like a strum. Like as ref string display enum count, enum discriminants, enum is enum string try as into variant names, variant array. Enum iter. Enum string. Well, I guess what you do the into static string. I don't like have to go back and forth between it though. It's strum from maybe it's because according to this, like there's a strum macro string, enum string. Apparently, if we give it a default, can I give you the default value? Oh, I have to derive default. Damn. We're just gonna call ocean the default then. So we have a from macros enum debug default into static stir enum string. Right. And then I believe that gives that macro the ability to be called from string. From stir. Dot unwrap for default. Okay, and then in our macro that generates this whole thing, we go, hey, instead of pushing the name and the count like that, can you say equals if let some gentile from rep r gentile.toString okay, fine format. Okay. So now when we run this, it should re-update our map to contain more of the things that I've extracted, like the cryo lab and stuff like that. Okay, so that should have regenerated this, assuming that my actual virus scan didn't catch it. Yeah, good. So we have ocean, lots of ocean. We have an unknown 35, unknown 34. So we should probably replace the unknowns with lots of black swamp. I feel like the black swamp also needs to be encoded in like a special way. How would I encode that? What I think to encode the black swamp in a special way is probably anything like if so we need to encode the special stuff the other way because it checks all rules. So that means we go the black swamp is y is equal to 200. Yeah. So we need to tell you first off not to do when we export our this. When we export this, where's our export map thing? Yeah. All right. So it scans the entire thing. We're going to say if let y is greater than 200 and let gentile random equals does not equal what's here, I guess, does not equal to gen. So if your y is greater than 200, no, it's let. I don't want to make it equal. I should just make it equal. Just give it fucking equal. I don't know why I'm trying to make this code harder to read for no reason. It's more like we need to go if you're greater than 200, if 2gen equals gentile swamp black swamp, then else does not equal else continue. Right. I'm gonna do this stuff just to make it like a little bit. So we have to go to gentile and say that gentile is also equal par equal. Right. So this is saying, hey, if you not black swamp and it's greater than 200, please write 2 gen in. That should remove the bottom chunk and replace it with black swamp. Like all these like hundreds of black swamps would all go away, which is like the bottom third of the document. Apparently lots of Detroits. We should probably rename Detroit to Inner City, but anyway. That'll make that go away, and it should only save the actual random map cells below 200. Right, so then we go back to our map here, and we go, hey, so, well, apparently now they're all random map cells. So no, it's just, it's cut a lot out. It's just that there are lots of random ones. Also, apparently, I think all of 201. Wait, why is there X1? God damn it. Question is, but there appears to be twice as many as there needs to be because something's writing it twice, which confuses me further. Oh, because I removed the fucking check. I made an else instead, so it means that I never actually remove random. Yeah. This is the remove randoms, so it was writing in randoms there. I mean, that actually makes this kind of cleaner, because I can actually leave that else there, because I know that this will now let randoms fall through. And then we just say, if y is greater than 200, and 2gen equals black swamp, continue, and then we say, if the y is not greater than 200 and it's random, we fall through. But if the y is greater than 200 and it's not black swamp, oh no, because this would fail, and then that would, yeah, okay. Unclear. Why? Okay, no, actually that is confusing. Okay, so y is greater than 200 and not equal to black swamp. Write it. Does that fix it? It's writing it twice, which again made sense for a second there, but then it doesn't make sense. Yeah. Anyway, so it'll be even shorter again because at that point we've got everything checked twice apparently. 2 sets of randoms. Now we check this and we go, okay, so there's black swamps at, no, it's gone back to fucking running with black swamps in. How did I manage to pull that off? Okay. Fine. If gen tile equals tile black swamp. Continue. Okay, I think that's the correct way of doing it, so don't write it in. 2gen, sorry. 2gen. So, if this is the case, yeah, okay. So, because it means it doesn't fall through. If it is greater than 200, it'll get into here, but it then won't check this. And then it will write it. Okay. Not you. It really shouldn't make any difference to the map gen, because no, apparently not. Oh, we have to modify the black swamp stuff too. So you do the scan, and then we have to modify the neo scavenger checker to be like if so it subtracts this, which because of that logic doesn't. But it is getting the swamps, right? Yeah, so because we have to convert back and forth, which means that there must be adding negative numbers, so they're negative r's, right? Which is that, so we say I guess we can put that. That just becomes like a final rule to check, I guess. That's in the scan map. We say like, so we write this at the top of the file, and we write this at the bottom of the file because the idea is it'll check it last. So it's if y is greater than or equal to 200, black swamp. Well, we got to run the code again. So the idea is that effectively the rules are checked in order, which means the rules at the top of the file get applied, and it's winner first or whatever. So because it's checking them in the specific order that it's finding them, so the map now says, hey, here's a bunch of random tiles. And then it goes, hey, if you're greater than 200, then default to black swamp. Should mean that when we run the game, if it finds a random tile, like if I've told it that it should be a random tile, the random tile will spawn first. If I have not told it to be a random tile, nope, still not working. It's still getting water, apparently. That appears to be that the code is broken because it is just not finding them at all now. These are all getting replaced with water. Because I'm defaulting to water, and they're using the wrong name, I guess. So it says random. Am I converting it to lowercase somehow? It's failing is what's happening. It's not parsing the name properly. That's why they all became water. So hence the only thing that's working is the thing that says return grass. If you don't hit a rule, return grass. So anything that hits a rule is returning water, because get hex type. No, that's working. It's parsing the file. Somewhere where we parse the file. Parse rule. Yeah. No, we split. No, this just passes the, like legitimately just passes the rule. It's here, unwrap or default. So can we say dot unwrap? Right, that should then tell us what what's going wrong? Because it's clearly just reading the file wrong. Now, is it because I shaped something wrong? Possibly. I definitely changed the naming scheme because they were all lowercase and now they're all uppercase. So yeah, it hit a crash, which means that it 100% was just unwrapping them all to ocean. But why are they not parsing to the correct thing? Okay. Do I need to trim it? Probably. Because it's literally just a paste of the fucking thing. Like I'm pasting in exactly the value that. Honestly, turning these into actual rules would probably be a smarter way of doing it rather than trying to like encode it into a file that I have to keep manually making sure fits. Okay, can we go here and have you please go, hey fucking match. Can you please tell me what fucking lines you're failing on and like why? Well, it's failing to pass unknowns. Okay, so it's that it was failing anywhere apparently. Interesting. There's isotope mines down there, and you are 100% too high. You're supposed to be here. I don't quite understand how that is resolving like that. You're also resolving incorrectly because you should have 2 extra buildings here. So interesting. Hmm. Alright, since R goes up and down, 100% R is just the Y times 2. Q goes up. I don't get that. Anyway. Now maybe it's when it's failing some of this stuff, it's failing other things as well. We gotta look at where the fuck 5s and 8s and stuff are. Like, it's interesting that there's still things missing. It would explain somewhat why there's like a weird fucking 3 there. So it's just not doing those for some reason. And annoyingly, I didn't explore around on my map. I actually don't. Why did I go so wide around? I also had no idea that Zomzom was just always like 100% straight up. Maybe it's not. Maybe it actually does have some variance in where it can spawn, but yeah. Annoyingly, I'd have to walk down there and I feel like I might die. That might be a pain in the ass. But let's go find in the map. No, we need the map. So let's close all. And then open the actual map data. And go 5. Not 35. 5, comma. Sorry, it would be comma. No, comma. Comma 5, comma. Okay, so comma 5, comma is annoyingly a very rare occurrence. And it's up like here. God damn it. I don't know what's there. 15. So yeah, we worked out that's Zomzom. Right, so what number's next then? Because I have no idea what 5's going to be. We'll have to try and guess based on what everything else is. So let's look for 8. Where is 8? Okay. Now, annoyingly, but doubly annoyingly, because there's the cryo facility, there's supposed to be something over here. The thick forest or whatever it is. Why is that not being found? Weird. 30. 30 is the strange forest. Anyway. 8. I don't know what's supposed to be... Maybe we look at the... Because we've got like a different wiki. One of the wikis tells you like the coordinates of the fucking... About 11 hexes west of the cryo facility is the forest, which, if we go by that logic, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so that's definitely that forest. Alright, one of them fucking gave you coordinates of everything. Locations, please. Alright. So the fairgrounds. Have I found the fairgrounds yet? They can be found 6 west and 20 north. So 1, 2, 3. So there's Zomzom. So it's going to be approximately there. So it's going to be that, I reckon. 32. So 32 is one of the ones we're looking for. Yeah, 32 is the fairground. Okay. So let's lock that up. Then we go to our... whatever the fucking thing called. Gentiles. So fairground. 32. So again, no idea what 18 is. The confusing thing for me is that like there's 19. The 19 implies, like the fact that there's a bunch of them implies it's a larger than single thing. Camp Grang. Look at this map and go. Can we code unknown to be something other than grass? Like, can we encode it to be like road 36? Yeah, turn fairground into fairground too. Right. Mostly because I'm thinking like my map kind of looks like this at the moment, so I can very easily be like, hey, let's just pull those numbers out. So like the same as like I can pretty easily find Detroit. So these are definitely inner city. The walls will be a little bit hard. These are the slums, if I was to guess. So 13 is slums. So equals 13. Move that up here. Right. So we need to change Detroit to Detroit inner. Well, maybe we'll call it Detroit City. Right, which means we need to rename this, and this is named, I think I just called it, no. Castle Interior. We need to mark out Gentile slums turns into slum. Right. So I just want to know that one of these, because there's 14, so 20. So 16, and then there's a bunch of 17s, and then there's a bunch of 20. The 9, so it's either 9 or 16 is going to be the entrance. Now, annoyingly, because there's a lot of doubles here, 13 is definitely the slums. 9, and then there's a 14 and 11. The issue is I'm going to end up playing the game just to get over there to work out what it looks like. Can we just look up Detroit? It would definitely be like a more fun adventure to actually go over there and try and do it. But anyway, so mental institution. I don't actually know what that looks like. Interesting. This is the Strange Forest, Michigan. Original Michigan just talks about the entire map. Yeah. All this to try and work out what the probability of certain tile spawning is. Okay, Detroit Megacity. You have a fucking... Please show me what the actual... Oh, God. Nope, I'm going to have to venture over there in game, I guess. I do wonder if you can get there pretty quickly. Like if that's what you're trying to do. Maybe it's called something else. Like maybe the location's actually the... Because it's got like DMC Sprawl, DMC Gate, Junk Market. Yeah, okay, so it's going to be the DMC Sprawl. Because that's the bit actually out the front, maybe? No. DMC Gate? Nope, that's getting in. Yeah, I really don't care about. So there's Isotope Mine. Lakeview Arbor. I don't know what this is going to be. Never been here. Look, this one has a picture that fucking looks like on the map. Wait a second, there's like an actual fucking tile for it. There's no tile in the... What? I'm so confused. That's not a tile in the game. Like, that's the city. That's like a custom tile. 2 custom tiles. Well, I mean, that should be pretty easy to find. It's gonna be over here somewhere. 32. 35. Much higher up. So somewhere over here. We're gonna go like dash 3 dash. We're looking for something up here that isn't... Not at 3 again. Well, I guess it's just 3 dash. There you go. So we're looking for something that's not a 3. Must be the 35 then? No, surely not. Fine. Let's restart the game to see what it looks like. I'm unclear how I'm ending up with only 1. It makes me feel like my math's wrong. That there are certain numbers that can't be reached. Because you would expect there to be multiple prior facilities because there's multiple in the thing. The same as the... This is still not turning up. Now apparently Detroit's just completely busted. Oh yeah, we need to run... this to pull out the new stuff. Which ironically confuses me further. Like, do I return or something when I hit an error? Like... I'm unclear how I can end up, like, rendering less of the map than there really is. Like, how did Detroit just completely disappear? Right, clearly the wrong part of the inner city. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I feel like something's going wrong with the calculation here. Like, so there's spawning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's exactly 5 slums being spawned, but I'm almost certain there's more than 5 13s over here. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Which implies that we are not actually spawning everything. We're fucking up the math somehow. Now, maybe that's intentional, because that would explain why there's multiple cryo facilities, is they literally just stuck them in until they appeared. But no. The Zomzom's a pretty easy one to spot and work out. What the hell's going wrong? This is a cryo facility. That makes it Zomzom. So why? Well, that's interesting, actually. So looking at the map, yeah, no, Zomzom doesn't have something either side of it. What I find interesting is it's the 2 tiles above and 1 tile to the left. So that ends up to your right, which means you are actually here. Maybe? No, that's not what's happening. Okay, maybe that's what's throwing off my stuff, is that I'm offsetting things wrong to get to the right coordinate system. So if Zomzom's here, the building above Zomzom, it's got to be that this is a single line. So these two are adjacent to each other. Right, which means it's this one and this one, which actually makes like perfect sense. So am I just off by an entire line? When I render Zomzom, which ones are being skipped? This one and this one are being skipped. Maybe I should be converting them to their hexagon coordinates. Because that seems like it might be easier to reason about. Okay, so to convert them to their hexagon coordinates. All right. So my conclusion is, if they're next to each other, what I'm thinking. So if the 2 numbers are adjacent, so like this 0 and this 0, so 0, 0, it's here and here, like they skip over. So what I need to do is, when I'm encoding, I'm going to turn everything into QR stuff now. And I'm going to say, fuck it, encode everything in my save files as QR, because it's easier to reason about in tile space. So, where is it? This piece of code. So as you read through these tiles, you are going to save them as Q and R. So you're going to take in the X of Y, and you're going to save Q and R. And we're going to come down here, we're going to say let Q equal 0 and let R equal 0, just so it doesn't like yell at me that this isn't going to work. Right. So we have to take the coordinate in that spreadsheet and convert it into map coordinates here. So yeah, the language is Rust. I'm copying Neo Scavenger. The engine's Bevy, which I'm not sure if you've seen it, but like it makes it much easier to use Rust stuff, because it takes care of a lot of the like, you need to know a lifetime, is that Bevy does all the like, hey, these things aren't going to be mutable at the same time, so you don't have to worry about like, oh, you're only allowed one mutable reference. It's like, well, like you can just write the code without that sort of stuff, and Bevy takes care of it. It's like a really good way of doing it. It's ECS and like arenas, I think is how it works. Well, I think arenas is what it's called. Like, it's definitely ECS, but like arenas is like the idea that you have like a vector of all the things, and instead of having a mutable reference to it, you have an entity that points at an entry in that vector and says, hey, like that one's mine. And so you can like have a non-mutable reference that you can turn into a mutable reference. And like the Rust borrow checker does fancy stuff so that you can't abuse this, but Bevy makes it so you don't have to like explicitly label everything. It's really cool. A lot of fun to work with as well. What am I doing? So I need to grab one of these tiles and like move it around and work out like what the fuck happens. So if X goes up by 1, what happens? So where's our text cell there? So if I increase X by 1, I need to like write it down as well when I do work this out. So let's move it over here so that it doesn't, cause issue. So when X goes up by 1, all right, we're gonna set you to -5. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely recommend alternating between two things because like that's one of my biggest issues is that I get super like hyper fixated on something and keep like working on that thing until I like get really overwhelmed and can't like get annoyed at it sort of thing. I think there's just a way to draw Bezier curves, isn't there? I don't maybe it doesn't have rendering, but maybe it just has Bezier curves like as a thing you can do. All right, so I got to put you in the right location, which is apparently to go over 2 and down 1. Right, so those two are adjacent, and the difference between those two is so we can like write notes here so I can like reference the math without having to constantly work it out. So -5, -5 to the next one down is -3, 3, -6. Right. And this equals x plus plus. Right. So the next thing to work out is in this map, and this is why I'm using ZomZom because it has a very distinct shape, so I can work at exactly where each tile goes. So with ZomZom, so this is the front ruin, the back ruin. This is the ruin directly above. So this here to here, so is y plus 2. So something. So -5 to -5 turns to something. Underscore equals y plus equals 2. And like I'm just writing this stuff down so that I can mentally map it out because it's a pain in the ass to come back. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. That's gonna be really unperformant. What I've done whenever I've tried to like when I was doing my voxel engine, I was trying to plot like Bevy's easing curves. Is you can generate an image and then you can like iterate through like the x and plot the y, and then you just have an image that is a representation of the curve, and you can like increase or decrease the image. But even that's going to be pretty slow, especially because again it's a curve, which means if you want it to be smooth. Question is, are you doing? I'm assuming 2D because there's Bezier curves, or are you doing UI? Because I think that might be slightly different. But there is almost certainly going to be a shader out there that will just render curves, and you would just pass some kind of thing to the shader, and then the shader would render it like perfectly per pixel every rather than because as soon as you try to start spawning in points and rendering lines, and if you're going to do that, do it with a mesh. So you would insert a vertice at each of your sample points and then draw a line between them and tell the mesh that it's a line segment mesh or a because otherwise. Yeah, I don't know how you do. There's a shader that you can pass it in like sign distance sort of thing of like you pass in a sequence of points and like the order the points are rendered in, and then when it renders the screen, it basically goes, is this pixel within a certain distance of any line or any curve? Like it calculates the nearest points and works out if it is within a certain distance of those points. You could do that. Like a shade, I would do a shader. Would be my recommendation. They're not that hard to write, and you can use a pretty straightforward shader. So the idea would be that you would just write your shader pipeline to take in like a sequence of shapes and then render those shapes as sign distance stuff. Depending on how much free time you have to just randomly watch my crap, I did do a sign distance bunch of streams where I did sign distance, and I didn't get particularly far into it, but it would be the same idea of I was passing in like, here's a sequence of circles and here's a sequence of triangles that would be rendered and blended based on the distance between them. And if you write the logic more generic than I was pretty bad. Like, again, it's one of those, I was hacking around things and just trying to stick shit together to make an interesting stream. But I did get it kind of working where it's like it was spawning a bunch of rectangles that when the rectangles got near each other, they would sort of blur together. And if you were just trying to do lines rather than the whole blending together thing, it would work quite well. So yeah, sign distance shader would work. What else? I don't know what Bevy's got built in, but the fact that it has curves makes me feel like there is a way to render curves. Like it has a whole bunch of curve logic. So presumably there's like a either a material or a plugin at the very least that would let you render. We'll just have a look. Bevy curve rendering plugin. This is someone asking questions. Yeah. So I would recommend doing it with a shader than trying to like render a sequence of dots, because as soon as you start trying to render a sequence of dots, your performance will fucking plummet, because obviously like there's a reason they're using a Bezier curve and not doing a sequence, like not just plotting dots. I was thinking it'd be really cool in terms of like, but yeah, I'm going to do this as my own thing when I do that. Try and steal your idea of making a render visualizer, but we go into like GIMP and then like open up a thing. So like my thinking would be like make a sequence of curve shapes, basically like a sequence of shapes, and then you have like a texture like this laid out, and you go I need the pencil tool. Where the fuck's the pencil tool? Pencil one pixel. And so I'd go like what have I got selected that I can't do this? You go like dot dot and then dot, and then you have like you draw like a straight edge piece like sprite, and then a curved sprite and a straight sprite, and you render and you just like stack the sprites together rather than having like being able to perfectly curve from here to here like with an actual like smooth curve. You have like a thing where it's like you have to follow the grid. So if you want to like connect two things, it's like you do this and it's like it automatically does this. I think I was streaming it. There's a sequence of streams about making snake, and that's what I did with the snake. So the idea was that like you would follow the snake and then you would change the sprite of the snake based on the direction that the next piece of snake was. So it's like you would look at the next piece and the previous piece, like the piece in front, piece behind, and based on like whether they were above you and to the left, you'd draw an elbow shape, and if they were to your right, you'd draw a so the like but it's also partly because my preference for grid-based things, as presented by my obsession with voxels and hexagon grids, is I prefer when the line, like when you draw the nice connected like lines like a schematic, rather than I'm drawing from here to here and all the lines fucking cross each other because they're just going straight to the destination. I don't know, curvy lines are fun. So 5-5 becomes, so we've concluded that directly down one means that you have to end up basically effectively here. So that one is why interesting. So you end up here. So no, from yeah. So if we increase your y by 1, you end up 2 spaces below. Interesting. So is -5, -7. 5, it's 7, is the same as increasing the y by 2, which means that the r is just equal to the y, I think. But no, but you do something different. Right, so how do I get to that cell? Or is it like that? No, it's not, because you're touching that one. So you actually... Okay, back to here, yeah? This one. No, okay. So you touch you, so it's actually not that you've skipped one, it's you go to u, which is negative 6, correct? Yeah, negative height goes negative 6. Yeah, be careful with shaders. They are really annoying and really tedious. I would recommend not going into the fully custom rendered pipeline stuff. Theoretically, you can like really hack your way around a lot of Bevy stuff with like letting Bevy take care of all the shader related stuff and you just actually write the shader. So what you can do is you like pack the vertices in a certain way. So you just make a mesh, like just a completely standard 3D mesh, and you insert vertices, and then you draw the vertices. Like I don't know how you do it. You can like insert the vertices, and then in the vertex shader, you can like unpack the information. So you can like put the position of the vertex, or like Bevy just lets you stick extra information as well. You can just like attach your own custom vertex information. But then you like pull that out of the mesh like per vertex, and then you can do stuff like that. Like you can actually just compute stuff. So you can just pass in a mesh and pass in a whole bunch of like random shit with that mesh. The other option is to like do it the other way, which is that you can encode all of your mesh information, like the points of your curves, into the material, because the material, just generally how Bevy sets things up, it's much easier to encode arbitrary information to the material because you just that information is set per object you attach the material to, whereas the mesh is designed to be pre-rendered and have triangles, so it's like much harder to pass that information on and like this is what the triangle would be. So instead you can like effectively you just pass in a triangle that covers the whole screen, like one big triangle that covers the entire screen, and then in your fragment shader you look up in the material like the actual information you want, like where the points are, and it saves you having to like write a custom render pipeline that calculates the triangles and stuff like that, because that maybe it's much easier than like I make it, but like I always struggle with that because it's a pain in the ass to pass things in, and it's one of the few places where if you pass in the wrong type it'll just crash, because the shader library stuff is like Rust is type safe, but the shaders aren't written in Rust, so it's very easy to accidentally pass in things like an image. Depends on the examples. Like I would recommend copy pasting a shader example that's doing somewhat similar to what you're doing and then fucking around in that. Yeah, sure. But I learn quite well from digging through examples, but I've fucked around with a lot of stuff in there and been like the examples can be quite annoying because they do something a way that I'm like, why is he doing it this way? Or they are doing it like it's hard to explain. Like some of the examples will work really well, and other examples feel really contrived because they were trying to have an example. So it's like you would never actually write code like this because you're aiming for a very specific thing that you've like intentionally gone like, oh, well, we're going to have this problem, which I do with videos because again, it's about showing people how to learn. But it's one of those, I've not made videos. I used to do at the end of every one of my videos an example of like how you could use this thing. I stopped doing it because it was so hard to come up with a legitimate example that didn't feel like I was trying to force the example, if that makes sense. Like, I think that's it. It's if you increase the X, you end up over there. You increase the Y, end up over there. So if I increase the y by 1, -5, -5 becomes unknown is equal to y plus equals 1. The issue is that, like, I'm wondering if odds and even lines do something. So if we look at this and we go, okay, so there's Zomzom, and if we increase your y by 1, you end up like diagonally up from our tile, right? Because that's there, right? No. So if this is that one, which is directly above Zomzom in the code, yeah. So your y is +1. Well, I guess it's -1. So, and you end up over there. So we need to go. I need to check that I didn't fuck this math up, but it does kind of make sense. It's like, it'd be easy to check because I'll have the right numbers. It's just whether I've got the right one. So you end up there. So that one is directly above. So Zomzom directly up 1 is that tile. That's -4. That's not actually +1. That's y -1. So I guess technically it ends up over here at -6. Now I have to make sure that I didn't do the math wrong on that one. God damn it. Where was it going? Here. So you're equal to -5, -6. Okay. So that's telling me, so if I go from Zomzom, I go from Zomzom down one line. Wait, no, it ends up over there. What? So you end up over here. You end up over there, then you end up over there. So there probably is an odds and evens fucking bullshit. Fucking god damn it. Alright, we need to go back to spawning our like map. That's like 1 by 1 by 1 or something. Alright. So the issue is that -1x, -1y needs to be diagonally up. I need to, let's put this over here. Can we like, no, there, okay. Right, so I need to be like, I need to remap this so that mentally in my head it works. So I'm going to put a little like 9 here, which is -1, -1 is there. So then we got 15, which is -0, -2, and it goes there, which I happen to know is actually 0, -1. Because it's, from what I remember, moving in the R just purely moves up and down. Then we go 29, which is 0, 0. Okay, well actually, you would be first. So you, and then we need another 15, which is, yeah, another 15. And so you are -1, and I don't know where you are yet. I guess we should do this, like underscore, comma, underscore, underscore, comma, underscore. Yeah, and you're at 0, 0. Trying to work out how exactly everything moves. So then we have 7. And so 7 is at -1, 1. Right. And we don't know where you are. Then you're another, so yeah, and then you're -1, 0. And then you are at, it could end up with the map being upside down, but anyway, you're, well, we'll just bring this one down. We go, you're a, wait, no, you're 0, negative, you're 0, 1, because you're directly below, and then you're 0, 2, and then you have the same thing of you end up being 0 and 1. Okay, so then we can build this in our application and map out each of the fucking tiles, which I should be able to do. No, so first off, let's go make hex type flexible enough so I can actually like build this exact thing. So we have to go, first off, close this, hex type. Hello, yes, please, please be reflect. And then also, I don't know where the nearest plugin level is. Probably here. And be all like, yeah, can we please like app.register type and then hex type. This will just let me like actually change them into what they're supposed to be, so we can like set up ZomZom and then have a look at what ZomZom's supposed to actually look like. Then we like rerun the game. I believe I can also change their names, which is going to be fun. So we go here and we go, hey, so grab this hexagon and go, right, I want you to be like negative 10. Negative 10, negative 10. That's where every cell is going to be set to negative 10. Here, nope, this is deep water. There we go. So negative 10. I need 7 cells, don't I? Can I? God, this thing is so poorly made. It is not supposed to be used like this, but you know, it still feels horrendous to use. It doesn't block any inputs either. Okay. So negative 10, negative 10. I don't know if I need all of it because again, it's just it should just be a mirror, but annoyingly sometimes that can. Alright. That'll be enough for now. I probably also should just made the map smaller so that like I can easily find things. Let's name you. Your name is Zom. Zom, and you're 0, 0. Right. So 10, 10. Now we come over here and say your sprite. No, your hex type is Zom. Okay. Cool. Then next we're gonna grab you. We're gonna like rename you to being where's our little fucking mapping code comes from? Here? Where was I pasting that code? Must be in here. Yeah. Okay. So this says, okay, so you are going to be located at well, you're apparently 0, negative 1. It says 0, negative 2. that. Right, then we have to place this hexagon. So we're going to actually change your hexagon type to ruins. Wherever that is. The ruins. And then we say, pretty sure you just 10. No, not 10. -9. Is there? I actually don't know what the difference is, to be honest. Why is my hex type not changed? Oh, did I not set that up as on change? I'll have to fix that at some point. Anyway. So yeah, this 100% goes there. So the next tile is this tile. I guess there's no real point like tracking down that thing. So you, which are the -1, -1. So I think you're the ruin, and so I suspect that you are going to be like negative. No, so you -11, -9. Right, which makes you 1 lower. So -11, -9, -1 +1. So we need to name you. So you are -1, -1, oh, -1, -1, and you became -1 plus comma 1. Right, so go back to here and we go, yeah, you became smaller and you became bigger. Wait a second. Did you become smaller? No, I think you became bigger, didn't you? Yeah, you're -9. Makes you actually 1. Which makes you -1. Which means that so you were -1, 1. Now, you, I believe, become something very different. So you would probably be like -9. Yeah, so you just become 1, 0. Okay. Which would mean that this 7 to end up in the right place. Guessing. I don't think I brought enough down. We can just bring them down as we go, I guess. There we go. Your name is 0, -1. And you go to -1, 1. Okay. My thing with the shade languages in Bevy is that there's another one that's coming out, or like has come out, but like Bevy hasn't quite fully gone over it. Is it's called, I think it's WESL, and it's like an extension on WGSL that lets you use like macros and stuff that are built in, whereas Bevy now does like pre-processing where you can use like little Bevy macros to import other functions, and then Bevy will when you run, extract them. Okay, so -1, 1. So the 7, you're supposed to be a 15. So this one is supposed to be the bottom corner. So make you the bottom corner, we're going to end up going to -11 and probably 9. -9. No. 11. 0. No problem. So that makes you -1. 0. Interesting. I just need to grab like one last hexagon to bring over. and go, hey, can you be, was it like -9, -11? Yeah, which makes you 1, -1, -1. Right, so now I have to work out what the fucking correlation is between these. So for every 2 we go down, we go 1 up. So your y divided by 2. So y equals y divided by 2. Q equals y divided by 2. I suspect minus x, but I don't actually know yet. So you're 2 lower, and you end up 1 higher. Okay. So the next is to say that you become negative u. So you to become -1. You become 1. Would imply that it is in fact u divided by 2. No, wait, not your q. R. Right, and then so you'd end up there. Doesn't make any sense. So it's gonna be like if it's no. If y is odd. If y is odd, then right, because we subtract 1, we subtract 1. What else? It's like y divided by 2. But it's not truncated. Is it rounded? R equals y divided by 2. Y plus 1 divided by 2. It's good. That's kind of the point. Every time y goes up, we need to shunt it. Whenever y increases, we need to go down and to the right, which would be this one, apparently. No, it's more like if y is even, so maybe q equals something. Q equals x. if y is even, q plus equals 1, right? Like -2, odd. Mm-hmm. Why is it doing this? Why am I not able to fucking mentally map this out? Okay, so 0, 0 becomes 0, 0 is 0, 0. 0, 1 is this. Actually, it's the other way, but in the most annoying sense possible. So that would be this one, I think. Not that one. Well, we could just take Zom. Hey, Zom. You to go that one. We go up in the queue, yeah? Yes. So okay, so for the next line down, y is 1, q needs to be lower. No, q and r need to go up. Both need to go up, right? You need to go up by 1, you need to go up. You need to be down by 1. Q goes up 1, you go down 1. And then 0, 2 is directly down. So it is just at 0, -1. So what the fuck is y doing? Y is... So the r equals y divided by 2. Right, because then that would imply that the next one, to get it to go to here, grab another cell. Let's go here. I don't know which ones of these are used, just grab a random one. Okay, to get to there, we would want to be following that logic. So we start at -10. -10. But there, okay. So to get to 3 down, which would be need to be here. Third line down needs to be here, which means that I assume. So by that man, so y is equal to r divided by 2. R is equal to, so -12, and then we add 1, which makes it -9. Okay, so 0, 3 is that. Okay. And then the x is pretty simple because it doesn't matter. The x is always the same step, which to get to the next x over, you you're what, like -10, negative 8. So it's +2 minus 1. Right. So to get to 0, 1, no, 1, 0, it's 2 +2 minus 1 minus 1. Okay. And then to get to, like, let's say 1, 1, we get to 1, 1. To get to 1, 1, 1, 1 is, so you're 0, 0, you're 0, 1, which would mean that 1, 1 is that one over there. So to get over there, we go to here, which is -2, +3, -2, so 3, -2. Alright, so the transition from U to U is -1 +2. So x equals x is +2 minus 1. Increase the x, we go +2 minus 1. And then y is equal to, what is the y doing? So it's like, it's y, I think it's y divided by 2 is added to the second digit, so it's like by 2. Plus 0.5, I guess. And then if odd 0, if even 1. That doesn't, I have to go to like a third y to see if it's actually affecting that. So so that's first line, second line, third line, fourth line. So y0, y1, y2, y3, y4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 2. Uh, 0, 4. Yep, just -2. Okay, so is that the conversion logic then? So x, so 2x, 2 times x plus y mod 2. Okay, that seems maybe possible. And then this number is just y divided by 2. So your r is just y divided by 2. Maybe. Maybe. The only thing with this is I need to kind of modify, hello, welcome to the stream. I need to modify how I render the map so that I can actually fucking know if this is doing anything. Because this could just be the wrong coordinate system, or it could just not end up rendering the piece that I want it to render. Because I've changed how the offsets work. Okay, so that should have re-exported the map. Got up here. Right, to use Q and R. Right, and then we're gonna go to our here sampler and go, hey, when you generate your rules, pass the rule. Oh, I think we just left X as the same, but anyway. You are now Q and R. Okay. I'm gonna leave everything else the same because I don't feel like messing with it. But the idea is we have to convert this back into the right space, but then I can sample it the same because we're correcting the stuff as it comes in. Where is my SA data? So like this is encoding that 3Q, 5Q, 7Q, 11Q. Okay, so is this going to render the same map or is this going to just break? I mean, it broke a bunch of stuff. It's done a kind of weird rotation of things. That's for sure. Oh, god damn it. Alright, I feel like I need to not fuck with this bit. Because we're converting it back into the normal space. We just need to just pass in. Let's just turn off all of these rules then and go hide code position. Well, actually, no, we need, this still gets us our X and Y, but we use X and Y differently. X and Y is only used for the X and Y stuff. The position should then compare the actual cell position. And so we say like I vec to X and Y, and then we just say, no, if X equals cell.q and y equals cell.r. Let's go ampersand. Nope. Annoying. Right. So that should maybe make it check the right things. Because what's happening is I was like offsetting the whole map and then offsetting it again. This is just correcting for the fact that like that map's drawn from the top down and I'm rendering from the bottom up. Nope, still not working. It's kind of working though, because I think I've got the coordinate system better because this looks correct. And that looks close. Not correct, but close. Okay, what if I just Don't do the 200 bit. And we just hit R times 2 plus Q. I think that's how I check the bounds, isn't it? No, see, I'm passing the numbers in the wrong way. That's the annoying part, is that how am I doing this the wrong way? I need to pass in the coordinates different. Maybe it's in the extractor that we need to do that. We need to correct for the fact that the top of the map is 200. How does that work? No, it's this bit down here. The index is y times. Okay, and then so what we want to do is we want to correct for the fact that y starts at 200, so we want to be like 200. Well, doing 200 there would be completely pointless, but anyway, like 200 minus. No, we're still going through the map the wrong way. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. The hardest bit is the fact that I'm literally iterating it the fucking wrong way. Like, I need to iterate it in reverse. So that I stop putting, because I feel like I'm translating the map in a way that doesn't make sense. Okay. How the hell does this work? Oh, well, also this needs to be like... Alright. One thing to do, I guess, is don't flip the map. Maybe. We sampled this hexagon. This calculates X and Y and does stuff with... Let's like not do this. How do I do this though? In my head, the only thing to do, because of like the fact that I'm going from bottom up in my math and they're going from top right down, is just when we're scanning it, is to flip it. I'm gonna be like, let for y data map dot chunk of 60 dot reverse or enumerate, and then x is and id so that should iterate it through it backwards, and I mean kind of feels kind of pointless, but the idea of iterating through it backwards is that can I assert zero, zero, zero. X, Y, ID is 0, 0, 0. And I also need to assert that, I don't know, the last fucking I used, it's too much effort. Now I don't care about the index. Right, so we say that your Q is 2 times X plus Y modulo 1. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know how much to rotate it. What is wrong with me? So, this iterates through, we enumerate and we reverse Y, which means that Y0 is still at the top. We're just reversing the order at which we enumerate them. Actually, no, we enumerate and then we reverse. Okay, so that should then number them backwards. Okay, so that should then result in us going from I don't know. I actually don't think it matters which way we go, but okay. So for every if mod 2 equals 0. Oh, I guess we did that after. That's the end. So we turn 0. So we plus 1 minus 1. So that's after the x. We go, hey, if this cell dot y plus equals minus cell q. What value am I using here? No, you're a hex cell. No, 0, 0. Right, so every time the x goes up, if the x is positive, q plus equals 1, cell dot r minus equals 1. Right, that's what I said. So if q minus equals 1. Right, so then we go cell dot q and cell dot r. Okay. So if y is odd, so from transitioning from here to here, we add 1, we minus 1. So for each of these, great, isn't it? Well, I guess it's cell, because this will always be x equals 0, so cell dot q equals y mod 2. Right. And then here we just say I guess it's the same thing. It's cell dot r plus equals. What is it minus equals? Minus equals y mod 2 on 0, 0. On the first lap, both of these are equal to 0. And then on the when y is equal to 1, we subtract 1. This is the second lap. So it's equal to 1 and we subtract 1. Then when y equals to 2, we equal to 2 and we subtract nothing. Then when y is equal to 3, we are 1 and subtract 1. And when y equals to 4, we are 0 and subtract nothing. Okay. I think that should print out. So I wanted like maybe just put assert, like assert. x, y, well, if x equals 0 and y equals 0. That's not even there, I guess it's if. Just assert it there because they're all the same. Assert. So if y equals 0, assert equal cell and I guess match y assert equal comma cell if y less than 5. I've done the math for them. We're going to assert on a match statement, which is very, very inefficient. I don't think it's true, but anyway. Y is less than 5, then 1 returns a hex cell. No, 0, 0. Okay, we'll give hex cell debug then. Oh, I screenshot the debug. Right, so we say on 0 it's this, on 1, 2, and 3, and 4 this. Okay, so then that's that bit. So then we're going to say, hey, don't compute this bit. I'm going to set equal. So next, to say, so when you're 0, 0, you're 0, 0. So when we get to the end of this loop, we write this, and then we say cell dot q plus equals 2, and cell dot r plus equals 1. Minus equals 1. Minus equals 1. Then again, we don't need to enumerate this because we don't actually care. We just give it data. Right. So when I run this, hopefully it just kind of works. No, it didn't. Wait, when? What fucking lap did that happen? Oh, right, right. No, so you were just minus equals y plus 1 as I 32 divided by 2. Equal negative y plus 1. You go in here, please. Thank you. All right, so it generated the new map. Now the annoying thing is that I think the map is kind of scuffed in its orientation. The Q0 is ocean, Q2 -1 is ocean. So there's all this ocean and everything, and yeah, like lots of fucking ocean. And lots of other stuff, and ocean and other stuff, and ocean and a bunch of unknown stuff. So what does this look like when we launch the game? I suspect this is just going to be wrong because I think this iterates down when it should be iterating up, but maybe not. I'm getting a bit of annoyed at this. Like, I just can't mentally grip the fucking transform that I need to apply. Turn it into the right coordinate space. Yeah, so what I think's happening here is that we're like going up. So first off, I need to like tell it not to do these special rules because the special rules are probably messing with my ability to like see if it's actually rendering somewhere it's not supposed to be. So now it only checks that. Basically, have I overwritten it? And then we're going to expand the map perimeter. Well, we already go from like -100 to. Oh no, we have to the map gen stuff. What here? It's U. I need to expand U. So you need to go from your maximum is 0, 0. Your max is 0, 0, and then your minimum is no, I probably should have written down that negative. So like -100, -150. The idea is that I need to expand it like well beyond what I'm actually checking, so I can see if the map's really obviously in there and I'm just like in the wrong place, or whether the map is like completely like gone. Alright, we hit play. We go, that took a little while. Go, hey. So very scuffed. Very scuffed indeed. Why can I not map this out mentally? I had it working. What did I have? It was odd. Times 2 plus Q and cell Q. Okay, so when we do the parsing, we have X and Y. Let's put X back, please. Right. So we have our X and our Y, and then if we said okay. So by the fact that I was taking that in as the logic, convert a Q into the X and Y space. We double the R.
to this here. Go. This is how we're converting from one to the other. So to invert that, we have to so obviously to invert that, the x is just equal to the x, which is actually incorrect, but x is equal to x. So we just want to say just pass in q. So and then the y, so to invert this, we go r divided by 2 minus q. Maybe. Negative that would, yeah. Okay, super. The x is just the q, but the y is okay, no, let's rearrange this. Rearrange this, it's so y equals 2x plus c. So that would become which is equal to c plus 2x minus y equals 0. We subtract c. This makes it equal to negative c. And then plus. So negative y plus 2x equals negative c, and minus 2x negative y equals, so negative. Now in this particular situation, c was q, so, and q is x. X minus 2y. No. Wait. I'm so fucking what? Alright.
Right. So y is equal to 2r cube, which means that y minus q equals 2r. I don't remember how to do fucking algebra properly, apparently. This is where you get asked the AI because probably just better fucking do this. Can you fix my save map function? The data it gets is a grid of 60 by 200. The each line turns into an offset hexagon. Line. I need like a screenshot to give it so it doesn't just like go, here you go, and just dump shit out. Would you like, I would like that to be in rectangle mode and select this maybe, and be all like GIMP. And then create from clipboard. We go select so that would be 0, 0, and then that's 0, 1, 1, 1. Probably should be using like a thicker line. 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1. So this would be 0, 2, 0, 3, 0, 4, 5. And so this is 1, 1, and then this is 1, 3, and 1, 5. And then I'm lazy, so I'm just going to screenshot this back. I wonder if they will get it. Who knows? We'll find out. I have attached image showing what I mean. It should do a reasonably good job because I've also got that 0, 0 becomes 0, 0, 0, 1 becomes 1, 1, negative 1. What? That's not actually the issue, but anyway. I hate this because it's fucking removing all my comments. I hate that. Undo. Do not fucking remove my comments because it's a real pain in the ass. Cell.x. Cell.y. Again, can you just stop because you keep changing things underneath me like that? Undo. Q and R. Thank you. It seems to think this is correct, but it is not. the image I gave you was marking the X, Y in the file, not the X, Q, and R. I don't think the AI is going to get it because the AI is going to keep just assuming that everything's working. Try that then. Reverted my fucking thing. After customers before converting into I'll now patch the save map to convert to grid X. I feel like it's doing something else entirely there. Not what I want you to. At this point, it's not fucking working at all, so I'll just let the AI do what it wants. Oh yeah, it would actually help if I was running the. Oh, yeah, I just ran it, so presumably map's up to date, but I wonder if that was half my issue is I wasn't running this, and because of the way that the map shit works, I was obviously just using my old broken map. Hey, look at that. Yeah, so it's like entirely upside down. But that's good because it's entirely upside down. Which means that like by like 200 x minus 200 or something. Where is it? Here. Right, entirely upside down is an improvement because entirely upside down, like it's actually it's entirely mirrored, isn't it? Okay, because the water should be on the other side. But that's kind of it. It's just mirrored. Wait, is it? No, because that's in the right. It's mirrored only on the y-axis. So we need to go to the map scanner, go save map to assets. So it's here, and then it needs just to be like, the file X, file Y. I don't think it uses that to sample anything. Good. So the what that says 200 minus file Y. That should. We got to rerun it. So yeah, that. Honestly, at this point, it would have been easy to fucking rewrite it by hand. All right. Now when we run this, all right. So kind of, I feel like we're still missing a big chunk of stuff. Now the question is, why am I missing a big chunk? Also, is there supposed to be that much water on the side? I think so. It feels kind of odd. Oh, that's actually really funny. I think what they're doing by like this layout is this is where the building spawns, and then they're like dummy loading this because it forces that to be something else. That's kind of weird. Like, because if we go down minimum and go down, like, this is always grass, I assume, and it's like, so it's probably that when you're standing here, it loads these for some reason, and that's why they're marked funny. Anyway, because otherwise I can't see why there'd be 3 cryo facilities, and oddly enough, there's 3 cryo facilities everywhere but where the actual one in the game is. So that tells me that they're trying to actually encircle the cryo facility. That or it's not the cryo facility. Does it work? So it would be you across one, maybe? No. So from that, it's you're directly down. Which one of these is the line that's missing? I think what's happening, the forest is the bottom one, then there's those 2, then there's the 8. The 8 is the cryo lab. The 36 is something else. The 8's the cryo lab. That's what's happening there. The cryo lab is 8. And the, remember the number 4, 36. So this is grass. You're 8. That's why there's 3 cryo labs. Is because it's actually not cryo labs. There's 1 cryo lab, and the way the file's laid out makes it really hard to notice that actually that the cryo lab's here, and then that's 3 encoded items of the same, which is grass. Okay. Thank you. Where is the? Alright, so we have to fix this and say, hey, can you connect gen tile grass. What was the other thing? I was trying to move the map or something. I feel like I'm not spawning the whole map in. It's just a bit strange. So we have to go to like the map stuff, wherever that is, world maybe. Yeah. These are all the tiles. Yep. So we're saying that you expand very big, from very far away, they're very high up, and yet you still go and encase everything. Okay, so my question is, if I set this back to 0, does it render the correct quadrant? Because then I can just expand the amount it goes out. Maybe it's just not getting all the way to the top. I'm curious if it's sampling the water wrong. My main thinking being like, so okay, so that's definitely sampling along the top. It's just not sampling wide enough, maybe? I think. Okay, we're gonna look at one of the reference pictures right here to not have to keep fucking get spammed with ads every time I open that. All right, yeah, so that is that edge. It's just that the map is about either something's going terribly wrong with the math, or the map is about 10 times too small. Oh, okay, maybe 10 times not wide enough. That's interesting because that feels like it's getting compressed somehow. That also feels way too close together, but 2, 4, 6. Wow. 2. Right, because we're counting that grass, yeah. 2, 4, 6, 2. Okay, so that's actually like exactly the right spot, so interesting. So I need to render apparently like a lot more map that way. It just needs to be like a lot wider. Which confuses me immensely, to be honest. Wait, how am I getting the math so wrong on its width? Or I'm fucking up the math somehow and it's not getting... Where's the gen stuff? So what if I made it like 100, 101, and by 101? We go back to here and we like run this and go. I keep forgetting that like the whole reason I set out to do this wasn't to do this bit. It was to try and calculate the statistical odds of certain things appearing by scanning the map and then removing the prefixed stuff. So I either need to be way, way wider. Maybe it's 120. I mean, 120 makes sense because that's actually the size of the map because we compress it by half and double its width. I keep forgetting where everything is. So, okay, let's go with like 50 so I don't have to come back here. Yes, okay. Oh, look at that. I feel like you're wrong, but anyway. So if I turn these rules back on, the issue is that I think these rules... Oh no, because this is the same math as I had before, and these rules use that math, so... Rerun that. So with those rules turned on, the swamp should come back. And the top should be solid water again. Possibly. Okay. I think you've gone the wrong way there, my friend. You're turning all that into swamp. Kind of weird. Interesting. I guess it's the map gen stuff, and we go... So I reckon you're like 120, and you're probably only 100. And then when I run that, I still don't understand why the top wouldn't be solid, but like there should be like a complete line of water across the top because like that's just how the math works. Unless that's actually supposed to be the top. Possibly. That's entirely what's happening there. Okay, so I'm still unsure why the swamp's doing swamp shit. I'm curious if that water blob shows up on other people's maps as well. So this map is a like really good map of like actually being easy to see. Hey, look, there it is. So we're like passing it correctly and we're like putting it in the right place. It's phenomenal. It just feels really weird because it's quite wide. Right, so apparently we are one hexagon too wide. Doesn't quite make sense to me why we'd end up being one hexagon too wide. Are we like one water tile too short on the other side or something? Kind of, but not really. Yeah, we're just like one too wide. We probably include max, is probably what's going wrong. We need to go back to like here and say, hey, you're only 119. And then not quite sure what's going on with the water there. You kind of work. But I feel like we need to say that you go, well, first off, the y needs to go like to negative like 6 or whatever it was. And you need to go to like 101. Because otherwise we don't really check less than 0 for it. Anyway, we need to say, okay, so yeah, if you're less than or equal to 0 and you're less than or equal to 0, so calculate that, and then we say, hey, equals less than equal to. And that should work. And then they should also bring the swamp back, because I wasn't generating the map far enough down. Because I was clipping the map. I'm unsure where the water is coming from. That feels like a bit of a... It must be returning none, like they're inbounds, but they're not. No. How is it failing to parse the swamp? 26. Failed to pass line 100. Unknown 26. But isn't 26 the swamp? Or have I fucked up and I inserted something somewhere? Quite possibly. Where is my world gen neo sampler? 26. 28 is the black swamp. Double check that's correct, yes. Yeah, 28. So why is it not generating the black swamp? Just our piece of code at the bottom here. Fuck something up. Why is it returning water? Right, no, it's in here. I'm gonna go right at the bottom and go, hey, like any chance that you're just messing up? No, so you say black swamp. I think we should just not encode any black swamp stuff, but yeah. Because it's just like lots of it, and it's like it's all under that certain level. Now, the question is, so first off, like line 1000. No, so it's definitely decoding them. Why are they not being spawned in as black swamp then? Why is this all spawning in as water? Terrain, somewhere the terrain sampler is. Where am I sticking water in is the real question. This is the wrong crate and tile. So you, when do you swap out ocean? Like, when am I inserting oceans? Maybe it's because I said greater than 200. Where's my physics? if y is greater than or equal to 200. So it's the only one that gets to do this. So theoretically, I can just say, like go here somewhere and be like, why? What are you trying to spawn when you get here? Can we like print line? I should probably get it to actually say what it's printing as well. Tile dot get hex tile. Something like that. So that you can tell me like what are you trying to spawn down there? Well, like it would be hitting the like some because they've all got custom rules as well. Like that would also be happening. Wait, so it's like it is actually spawning like hundreds of black swamps, but they're just not actually turning up as black swamps. Which confuses me. No end. 100. So we need to be like 100 and like 11. Oh god, there's so many. Okay, find one that's 114. And then we need to go to like 200 to 114.44. Okay, so the black swamp's just passing the wrong color in. Can I tint you, please? I can actually find you. Take forever. I should also really set a minimum zoom. One of these should be red. Ah. Wait, what? Okay, maybe we should print out what the fucking rule says, because that is... Oh, okay, okay. So that's what's happening. Is, we've got the X and Y wrong in that, when I flip it, the Y is 200 minus this. Right. Which means that only the top of the map is considered to be the top's 200, which is like correct for the way that I'm rendering things, but like wrong for the logic that I was writing, which is that if you're off the bottom of the map. There we go. So for some reason, you should be hard coding that over the top of the things that should be random that it should be finding. Interesting. Why is my code is it like it should be less than 0 then? I have to run it again. No, is it greater than... Like it's putting the swamp... oh no, it's putting the swamp in the complete wrong place because the swamp's not actually doing... Why the swamp wasn't turning up, even though there was a whole bunch of swamp tiles. Is because the swamp was like in the wrong coordinate system entirely. Okay, so then when we run this, it should now have... Yeah, this one's working again. Not quite, but I don't think these are supposed to be here. I feel like the swamp's supposed to be just ever so slightly. So I think this is like a line that I'm getting wrong. One of my calculations, probably that it should be probably less than. So I guess the way to fix that would to go into the thing that does it and say, hey, like, can we make that like a -1 then? What you do, you put at the end here and you go, okay, I'm gonna fix it and say, hey, if you're less than or equal to 0, if you're less than 0, and then you're gonna be like greater than 200. Greater than, no, you're less than or equal 0. No, the y is, sorry. Right, the y is greater than, if the y is greater than 200, and then your x is if you're less than 0. Now we have to go modify our rules and say greater than, less than, wrong symbol to remove, less than, and then equal to. So that should mean that when we run this, the swamp no longer gets that like line, because that's why like it clips up like that, is because it's basically saying that like they're bits that weren't supposed to be swamp that were declared swamp. There we go. So that means that like we never get quite to Detroit. Okay. Now, I think that's pretty clearly going to be the slum thing. Don't know what that's going to be. That's interesting. That's like a hideout of some kind, if I remember correctly. But honestly, feel like we have to play the game to get over there and just find out. I guess we can track down the rest of the items. So we need to have it, first off, stop printing out that it's matching those cells, because that's really annoying. So we go back like this. Here we go. Shift and back. So that should, first off, stop it from spamming this, but we're just going to scroll up and go, like, what number am I missing? So it's saying, hey, I failed to find like a whole bunch of these things, 5s. Again, without actually traveling it on the map, I have no idea how to track down 5s. So we're going to look for a 35 and 34. We're going to like find the 35. Okay. I want to say it's probably one of the research labs, maybe. And 34. 34 is like in that jutting out part of the water. Right. So if we go back to our little map locations, and we go, please show me the image with the locations marked on it. That's quite clearly the Mental Institute. Okay. So, oh, no, don't share it. Give a shit. Mental Institute. Now, annoyingly, apparently this just doesn't have. These are two different wikis, which is confusing. Anyway, especially considering that the one that's called extended is actually like less bit. Anyway, so that's the Mental Institute, is what that's okay. So we go back in here and we go. Right, first up, Mental Institute, and that equals what was it? It was 34 or 34. Mental Institute, like that, and then we have to go in and rename the cell that it replaces. So Gentile Mental Institute, Hill Spring. No, it was, I think I called it Barracks or something. Barracks is apparently mental institution. All right. I need again to get it to not put grass, I guess. Like what a I think that's got to be the military complex. Right, let's have a look. So it's like pointing out from the water there. And if we go back to here, go locations and go. No, see the camp's up there. Which yeah, the camp's almost certainly the whatever that thing's called. The camp is the other number that I was looking at, 30 something, 35. The one that's like really like here. Yeah, so the 35 is the military camp. All right, so 35 is was it called? What was the go? It's called Camp Railing. Equals 35, and then we come down here and we say, hey, Grayling. I don't know whether I was just making this shit up. It's pretty fucking hilarious that it's like, oh yeah, the hill. It's got to be a hill. Text type. I call it factory maybe. No. Power plant. They're in that called a power plant because they know some of the law, and it looks like a little sparky power plant. So this is just cryo facility. Detroit's over there. So the fairgrounds. I'm starting to feel like this isn't actually part of the game, and that this is the like extended being. Okay, so somewhere this wiki, one of these wikis, said something about location, kingdom, category, location. So like this one, I'm assuming is yeah. So this wiki just actually has the locations. Yeah, so that new place must be like it must be a mod or something that's adding it. Yeah. Brain. Pop. Yes, this one actually has everything. This other wiki sucks. All right. So there's a hidden lake apparently. So the fairgrounds, we've got that. We've got all this stuff in the isotope mine and the camp. Okay. Bunch of hidden stuff over there. So if I go to the fairgrounds, does it show me? God, the ads are horrendous. I'm trying to work out if I can get it to show me. Okay, so there's the cryo facility, Camp Grayling, Black Swamp, Zomzom, Strange Forest, Mental Institute. Mental Institute, the thing can't surrounded by trees then? That must be the Mental Institute there. Why is it not? Okay, so failed to pass file online. Failed to parse tile online. Okay, here's the thing. I need you to actually still return. Can you return a gen tile? Just go with unknown. 0. I just wanted to do something. Let's go with Detroit City because that at least will be like really obvious. But it's wrong. So Hidden Lake. Annoying they don't show it. I think it's probably just like a normal thing. But then again, it might be one of the things that's going to turn up as being like, hey, like here's the hidden thing. Strange Forest. I believe the Strange Forest. Okay. About. I like how they don't actually know. Michigan. No, this is what happens when you kill the thing that's chasing you. Isotope Mine, Hidden Lake. Okay, are you going to have the... So there's the... Oh, Brawl. I bet one of them's the junk market. Has a campsite where the player is able to purchase storage and or sleeping spot for one night after earning a spot. The player can increase the duration of the rent by using. Huh. Actually didn't know that. Hmm. Okay, so it just doesn't show me anything, so I'm actually just gonna have to go there and... Okay, that's fine. Alright, so if we, I guess, run it again, but with the newly found places. Whoops, sorry, not you. I need the extraction script to run first, so that it, extracts. You extract, and then when we run like normal code, run the normal code, and then it should at very least tell me what items are still missing, probably. But yeah, so it said, hey, failed to parse tile online. So we still don't know what a 5 is, and presumably 5 might be a lake, because oh no, I broke the pomp again. You shook. Right. So also again, the treat's not supposed to look like that, but anyway. Right, we're spawning the, yeah. So the Mental Institute's there. And then there's 2 of the same building here, which we haven't worked out what they are yet. And I haven't worked out what that is yet. We go back to here and go back to the locations thing. Locations. Yep. So the Mental Institute's there. The Hidden Lake's there. So on my map, where's the map? So Fairground, Zom. That's probably the Hidden Lake. Which, if that's the 2 5s, then that means the 5's the lake, because the Hidden Lake is probably like one of the other tiles, or it's this tile, and then like that tile's just also always a lake. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Maybe that's another 5, and that'll make it really easy because that just means it's a lake. So we go in and we go 5. There's a 5 here next to a bunch of trees. Okay, so the 26 is going to be the Hidden Lake, and the 5 is going to be a lake, and that 5 is also going to be a lake. Because that's pretty obviously the Hidden Lake, because it's a bunch of trees around it, and then this is the other thing. So there's 2 unknown things near each other, has to be the Hidden Lake because of just where it's located. So 5 is going to be so I guess we should just put the numbers next to all of them. 4 lake equals 5, and then what was the 20 something 26 26, correct? Yes. Brain is not functioning at all right. Hidden Lake equals 26. Because it's like an encounter location. It's not actually going to have a special sprite. I assume. So we should look up maybe like if I go to the hidden lake, does it have a screenshot of what the fucking hidden lake looks like? No. God damn it. I hate this so much. Anyway, the hidden lake. So we have to go up to here and encode the additional locations, which is going to be Gentile, so lake, or Gentile hidden lake returns hex tile, hex type lake. Thank you. So Curiosity says, why do we keep spawning grass? You're spawning Detroit, which means that I've probably fucked up the road numbers as well, because you're quite clearly spawning. Okay, so first of all, I should probably go in and recheck the names on some of these things. So I think we've got the wrong city there, maybe. It should probably be the city alt, I want to say. Because, like, you can see the dark void. I don't know, I like literally think we have to go over there, but anyway. We'll work on that note. Yeah, whatever you are. I think I've called you something. Because you seem to be doing something wrong. So 9. What have I called 9? I reckon 9. I've called 9 city, but 9 isn't city. Where else is there a 9? Common 9. Up the top apparently. Up here. Wait, it's really? Really? Huh. That kind of implies that it's actually what that's supposed to be. I really need these to be something other than fucking... Right, so first off, Detroit. I'll put Detroit inner or something. What is it? It's just a fucking... Or am I just not... Yeah, no, Detroit City is castle interior. Castle alt interior. Right, so that should tell me which of those is the city. I think there's a not insubstantial chance of me just being able to guess which one of these is supposed to be the gate. Probably the... No, so the 13s are definitely tents. The 17s are like north moving walls, like the bottom walls. They're going to be 17s. So if we look at the picture, which of these walls is it? So it's almost certainly going to be that bit of wall. So that's the like wall 2, 2, 2, 5 wall. Okay, so that was what, 17. 17. Yeah, okay. So 17, and then 16 I'm guessing is going to be the gate. 20 is inside. 12. So it's either 16 or 12. Okay. So let's go, probably going to say that the walls probably got done together. So it's going to be 19, 18, 19, 18, 19. I'm thinking 12. 12 is going to be part of the slums. I reckon 12 is going to be the warehouse. It's going to be a guess, but we're going to say, so we'll put it down here. Slum warehouse is going to be, or slum, so it's one less than slum. Right. Apparently I spelled it correctly the first time. Okay. The slum warehouse, so 17, well, walls south equals 17, and then wall south is castle walls 2, 5. Okay, yep, that checks out. Then we said 19 is going to obviously be the top piece of wall. Maybe not. No, 19 can be something else because this one's pretty obviously the bottom. This could be 19 because it's like the coast, possibly. I don't know, because obviously it's not there because you can't. That disappears into the void. One of these juts out slightly further than the rest. A different type. I guess we should restart. And apparently I fucked up somewhere. I've assigned 13 twice. Duplicate sign. Oh, because slum warehouse would go above slum just so that it doesn't reuse the same number. I suspect. Alright, so we run this. And then you run main. We play. Yeah, okay, yeah, I need to fix that the water's not working. Unclear why. Alright, I don't think that 17 is correct. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be there. Maybe not. This is right. They're obviously incorrect. Ah, right, we didn't change the fucking rules. That's why it's not working. Is that the last thing it says? Yeah. Yeah, sampler. When we parse the rules. Parse rule. The rule is. No, other way. Come on. That bit, that bit, that bit. Thank you. Very specific naming scheme. Anyway, so we have this, and then with a 17, so it's 11. 11 is something else. Is something else. Right, so 13 is definitely this one. What if I called 11? Probably nothing. I think 11 is probably one of the ones I haven't done. Yeah, 11. Interesting. There's no alternative thing. I think we just got to walk over there because I'm just never going to be able to guess. I just don't want my character to die and have to like restart. I guess if I do have to restart, I can like literally restart with a bunch of like traits purely designed to bomb rush over there and look at it. Just want to, I guess, work out what's left. So there's. Do I see any random cities lying around? This is a random lake over here. I think this lake's related to a quest. Is why that's here. Like that. Like one of these people tells you to go somewhere and you go over here. And then this is the hidden lake, which makes sense. The asylum's over there. The military complex is over here. I don't see any other random buildings, which implies that the only places left to do are the city. So I'm just looking at the pictures. I just want to see if there's any like really obvious, like when you get to here, this ends. So whichever one is connected to you quite clearly does it from you and then to you. So we can probably map that out. The issue is I'd need to turn them into, it's the one, so it's 2 lines below whatever you are. And then what's the bet that that one is actually the turning that way? Okay. I would think that's the gate though, to be honest. No, it quite clearly goes the other way. Oh, there's this one. So I think you connect to the wall. So you're the one that's not named but directly underneath whatever I've called the slum factory thing. Okay. So We have the slum warehouse. So this is actually not the slum warehouse. That one is going to be the wall turn. All right, so that's that one. Which makes me think that it's actually that one is the slum warehouse. We've worked out that pretty close because it's some. I don't. Yeah, okay. Got to stay focused on working out this stuff. The 9. The fact it's another 9 is what throws me because it's like, what the hell's here? That. All right. Oh, this could be that guy's hideout. All right. So there's 13s. So the 17s connect to a 16. So I reckon the 16's the gate. And then from over, you're going to go there. So the 9 is probably. Right, 17's. Right. 13. I knew some information. So the one directly under the 13. The 9. No, it's gonna be the 20. That's actually just where it sticks out to. Maybe the gate specifically overwrites that. I'm gonna say that 16 is the gate. Interesting. So that would put 16 there, and then the one directly above the 13. Because the other issue is it's like it could be out by like a line. So I called 13. So the one directly, not 13, 12. But that's probably the gate there, and it's like probably a special rule to fill it in. So 11 might be the warehouse. So I reckon 18's the turning away, and then 19's the top. So where's wall? The wall turn, wall top, and that's going to equal 19. I guess it'd be called wall north. Right. Which means 18 is almost certainly a corner wall, because why would you implement them at different times? Yeah, okay. So 18 is going to be wall corner. Wall west, W2 east. West. Right. So there's two walls. Anyway. So we renamed Slum Warehouse to something else. Right, anyway, Slum Warehouse, we're going to comment you out for now, because I don't know what your number is. Right, so wall north is hex type castle wall. The north is like 1-3 sounds right, maybe. Actually, it mightn't even be that. It might just be called city because I don't know. It has a wall on the north because it's on the coast. So I reckon it's this one. So that's city interior, I guess, because then it's always covered by that one. Yeah. Okay. So that's interior, castle interior. Right, and then wall west is 3-1. Yeah, because 3 would be the bottom and 1. All right, 3-1 makes sense. I think, well, assuming that I named it correctly, 3-1. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3-1. That one. Cool, cool. There's also this one. Okay, so that's, it could be that one. I reckon it'll be that one actually. Maybe not though, because I think it's like it'll be that one and then that one. So that would be like 3-6 or west. All right, so I'm gonna say 3-3-6. Is it 2-5? No, 2-5 is the diagonal one. What did I call the first one? Did I call it wall? To like actually go into here and be like, what the hell did I call it? Like one before. There's the slum warehouse. So go here. So it's the 2 before slum warehouse. It's called wall. Okay. So we're gonna rename you to castle wall, and then your 3, 6. Thank you. We come back to here. Back in here, and we go. This is castle wall 3, 6. Okay. Then we need gate. Apparently. Can we? No. Can you fill in the missing ones, please? Right. Wall turn. Interesting. Text type. Wall. Is it 1, 1, 3? And then the gate is hex type. Castle entrance. Not actually a castle, but you know. 18's apparently reused. How did I use 18 twice? Oh, just again, put them in order, or you end up. Yeah. Now you're saying 20 is used more than once because 20, and then I guess you get to be 21. Okay, fair enough. So now when I rerun that, rerun this, which would then extract the differences. There's only a handful left, but again, I've got to walk over there because apparently I can't find a picture of it. I don't feel like just randomly Googling. I want to kind of just only use the wiki, and honestly, be a nice break from writing the code, just to wander over in the game and have a look. Anyway. Okay, so that's apparently still not working. Right, I think I need to flip this swamp around, maybe? Did I not update the rule to be like... How the hell have I broken that? If y less than... Apparently this is still considered y0. Did I not? Okay. Fine. Apparently the numbers are wrong. I don't know. If y is greater than 200. And then y is less than 0. That'll fix it. Okay. This feels like they need to be flipped. Right, so I need to flip those two. That one there is definitely, so it's done directly under the gate. Gotta be the slum thing, warehouse. Right. So first off, we have to check. Yeah, and go. What hell number is the gate? Gate 16, which means that it's whatever's directly under 16. Gate 16, which is 2 away from the edge, so 17. No. No, wait, yeah, no. So it's 2 below. Oh, 14. So 14 is the warehouse. Alright, so 14 is the slum warehouse. So we have the, well, okay, that also kind of makes sense because it's like the slum and then the slum warehouse was added after. In terms of game, like design wise, like the numbers kind of make sense that way. So I don't know what numbers, that's like one line down to 11s. I don't know what the 11s are going to be. Okay. 13s are there, the 9 is there, so. And what was it? Was that 18? Not 11. Oh, okay, you're a line back. 18, 13, 12. So is it the 12? The 12's going to be the gate, isn't it? And it's directly above the gate. Anyway, it's the 2 turns need to be flipped. Wherever they happen to be. So there's wall south, wall west, wall north. I think it's the wall west. 18. Wall west needs to get swapped with, or whatever the hell I'm doing with it. Wall turn. Anything you use wall turn? Oh. Okay, so wall turn is actually 18. Apparently you're 12. Does that make sense? I think that it's this seems very correct, but I think let's go there. Maybe this is not used. Then that would kind of make sense. Something that, or this could continue out one further and then turn. Possibly. Alright, let's do one last extraction, one last run, and we'll wander over because I feel like at that point I'm just guessing. Run this. Run that, and then run this. And then we go into the game, and we go. My guy is very tired because apparently I couldn't sleep at all because I'm too cold. Great. Guess we. Oh, wow. I don't sneak towards. Sneaky retreat, please. End our turn. I guess we scavenge to try and get anything we can. Apparently that has lockpicks. Go in. I have a lot of gun scopes apparently. Done this a lot. See what happens next. Ask for trade. I actually don't know if you need to do that. Take the deal. Just give them information. Right. Then we have to. Well, there goes all my shit. This is the kinds of things I'm trying to fix in this game, like by remaking it. So if you enter this place again without taking your stuff out of the store, it just deletes it because it just overwrites it, or at least as far as I remember. We use our athletics to escape. Like, you have to empty this out, and because I didn't empty it out, it deleted all my shit because it takes all your shit off you when you go in. So, yeah, great. Anyway, we gotta scavenge around because we won't make it if we just run for it. Probably starve to death long before we get there. The issue is if you hang around here, then people with bows and shit show up and come and attack you. There we go. Well, at the very least, we have a box to carry our shit in. Oh, and we can make lockpicks now. Another scope. We lost one. We found one. Good. So we're gonna go craft, I guess, and craft this without lockpicking skill. So make sure we take this with us. Oh, rocks. We have a bag that we can use as a backpack. We should probably craft those into something. Just to make sure that we can make like arrows later. I don't need the sticks. Probably leave. Oh no, we have to take it with us. Oh, finish. We can put this away. I'm curious if having it in my hand counts. It does not. Okay, that's so stupid. Anyway. Okay. I'll with my loot for some reason. Scavenge. More shit. And okay. So annoyingly, we have to like put it on the ground. Grab that for making arrows. Grab the sticks, wine, and then we end our turn, and we hope that now we move on to our space. We go, okay, up. Alright, what was it doing? Oh, I guess booking it out of here. I'm wondering if I risk going up to the thing. Ironically, this now works as like a weird map that I can use to, judge the distance to things. Like how to get there, because I always go like, oh, it's in this direction. Okay. This like actually looks correct now. So again, don't know what that building is. That's definitely in the right spot. Don't know what those are. The fairground is apparently yeah. So we'll go to the fairground. Oh, I can also scavenge this now, and then we're gonna have to book it. I've got my lockpick. Find some cool shit, like a pot that I forgot that I lost because I, again, immediately click the button to go back in to do the thing that you have to go back in to do. Because the game like literally won't let you not. Put that on, that on. Alright, cool. And then we can like book it out of here. Yeah, something that's broken my controls. Oh, look, a bottle of water. That there. We found a flashlight. Cool. Okay, cool. And it's got power. Alright, then we scavenge. I don't know why there's a random flashlight with power here, but, you know. Oh, we found a gun. Interesting. We found a lighter. That'll be useful. I think the gun's worth kind of... Oh, no, it's worth a lot, actually. For some reason, I thought the guns weren't that valuable, but, like... their value almost entirely comes from the bullets that they usually carry, but the bullets are really expensive. That's 6%. Okay, so we can keep that out. Pop that out. What was that? How the hell do I rearrange my inventory? I don't know. Alright, that worked. Player is wary. Alright, maybe here I can sleep. My issue with trying to sleep here is that, it's like, you know, middle of the day. We should be, venturing off. Don't take that. Use the ladder. Oh, don't tell me I have to have the flashlight on. Look, another gun. How are these things so rare when I normally play? And then I'll play it. Oh, well. I think both these shoes are in pretty good condition. Okay. Oh, we're going here, this and this. Okay, Player is thirsty. Okay, we'll drink our water then. This good water. Cool. Right. I don't know if I care enough to bother with this stuff. We're gonna scavenge again. Scavenge again. And we probably should be using the flashlight because it doesn't. One, it can be recharged when we get back to where we're going, but also it obviously can't be used to light fires, which makes. Oh, actually, no, we've got the electric fire lighter, so technically they're interchangeable. I'm gonna go this way. Run. Fire is shivering. Alright. So look at the map and go look at our map. And be like, what do you think the odds are that we're nearby? It appears that it's probably below us, I think. I don't know. Like, I feel like it's here. Yeah. There it is. Okay, so we enter. Can we check the tents? Take the mask. Get a tarp, that's sometimes useful. Now we check the hall. We check with the light, I guess. I think that's probably safer. And then we use athletic to bolt. Then we go, hey, the mask on, because I think that gives you more fear. Then we can craft that, I think, and then you craft that with that. Get that to replace our box. Because this holds way more shit. Alright, cool. I don't think there's any reason to go back into the fairground. We're gonna abuse the game in a second to exploit. Okay, use this, we can locate there, and we can also locate Detroit. We can exit the map. Don't need the map anymore. Painkillers with this. Oh, what the fuck do I do with my lockpick? Oh, they're there. Okay, so the game, you should probably check that I did it right. It has a thing like you can unlock a like a legendary trait by doing certain things. And I've done the two things you need, which is to go to Zom and use athletics, like defeat the robot Zom and escape the fairgrounds. And you unlock, if I did it right, somewhere. Where's my like players stuff? Yeah, yeah. Elusive. So I've got a legendary trait because I did the two things to unlock it, and then you can use elusive to abuse the like boss of the game, which you can spawn at kind of any time just by fucking around and doing the right thing. And I think it's kind of funny that like you can abuse the shit of that to get like the end game stuff because you basically walk into the fairground and run out. And so what you do, because there's a like a boss. Boss is probably right. It's like the like big bad enemy that's like if you lose that item that I just took off, like if you stop wearing it and move, it immediately appears and tries to kill you. And like there's two legendary traits that make it easier to defeat it as a boss. You can do it without like it takes like tons of ammunition. But like elusive is the most broken of the two because you know you get this encounter and you just go like I guess advanced because I don't feel like I probably shouldn't have made like attempted this while my character is really tired, but basically you can run like right up to him if you do this with strength, it just makes it harder for you to die in the fight. But like elusive makes it impossible for you to die in the fight because you have to walk one closer. And you just like walk away because he always only ever moves exactly one space towards you, and will basically kill you like as soon as you touch him. So like you've got to basically run away and shoot, and run away and shoot, and you can't get out of this fight. I think maybe you can use like elusive escape, or like, but you basically can't get out of this fight particularly easily. I probably picked the worst terrain for it. But yeah, it's like you can't get out of this fight because every time you move, once you get out of this fight, it'll immediately start again. So you can't like do anything to recover. I guess you could put the amulet back on and it probably wouldn't come back, but like I don't think you can chip this boss. Like I think it's just you've got to have the stuff to beat him. But if you have elusive, you can just keep walking away and eventually. Okay, fine. I'm going to try and get the fuck away. Eventually it'll give me the option to... I don't think I'm in the right terrain for it to turn up. There we go, the vanish is shattered. So we'll put the amulet back on so it doesn't immediately spawn again. And I'm going to move into like the trees and do it, because I think that's what I did wrong. That, or I need to fucking sleep. Maybe we'll sleep. I don't like this, because if I die immediately, that's going to be really dumb. Right. Hello. Fuck's sake. Okay, thank you. Okay, good. We now got the small sleeping bag, so we can fuck this big one off and be like, please let me like... Okay. Alright, we're gonna sleep and do it again, because I don't trust that the game's not gonna like make me die. Put it in there, and... Alright. Cool. Again, don't think it matters if we do it at a different time of day. I guess we potentially risk dying, but anyway, we're gonna go... Take the amulet off. I'll put the amulet in a bag. Because again, I think it's important for other story events as well. So we end our turn. And he appears again, and we're going to go, oh no. Oh no. Never mind. This was a bad idea. I don't think it can get close enough to kill me, but like the fact that I can't see him worries me that it's just going to immediately be like, hey, you're dead. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Never mind. Well, that was a waste of fucking time. The idea is that when you have the elusive trait, you can like lure him forever, and eventually you get the option of deadly lure, and deadly lure just kills them. So we want something like... We probably want a botany to not have to deal with the wolfman at the beginning. I want to say lockpicking because it's really broken. We want... Oh yeah, and botanist also let us get there without having to... athletic, because I think we use less stuff. So we don't want metabolism, is my thing. So usually I take this because it's basically free stats. I'll take my RP up for free stats. Trapping. Would you take trapping? You take tough. Like, because my plan is just to book it to the we'll take hacking. I don't know. We'll use botanist because you get to know what the wolfman is. Apparently, like it's a flag. I don't know what it does, but you know, same as reading that terminal is a flag that does something. Now, the annoying thing, and this is why I'm going like, man, it's not the easiest thing just to like restart and like demonstrate things, is you have to like find equipment, otherwise we'll freeze to death. Pick up recipe. So I'm just trying to get like basically like, what amounts to the bare minimum amount of shit so that I can not freeze. We should have, did we take trapping? Because trapping will let us build fires and I guess not freeze. I've almost got hypothermia already. I also kind of wish there was like a faster way to oh, sleeping bag. That's okay. That's brilliant, because taking the sleeping bag means we don't lose temperature like as quickly. We're gonna go here. We're gonna put the sleeping bag on the ground. We're gonna end our turn. Okay, our temperature went up. We still didn't get back to warm. I think we're going to light a fire and just stay here. It's probably smarter than... Alright. We can scavenge for food as well. Use our botany to get lots. And then we go... Yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 yum. And I guess we end our turn. And we go, okay, we've gained ourselves a bunch of warmth in terms of like We'll investigate down here because these buildings tend to be good loot. Nothing. I hate that. I hate that if you're holding the sleeping bag, it doesn't count. It's not a item that gives you warmth unless you drop it on the ground when you end your turn. Oops. Again, drop the item. The turn. I think we'll scavenge for berries because again, if you don't, you kind of like end up freezing. You end up running out of food really quickly. Again, drop that. Turn. Grab that. And turn. Actually, kind of lucky that the temperature's warm. Sometimes you'll still be freezing even with the sleeping bag. Which I think is what was happening before, is that because of the rain or something, we were extra cold and we froze pretty quickly. Nope, had a fucking roof fall on us, and now we're gonna probably bleed to death. That's great. Maybe even less clothes because we needed to well, I guess put it on. Like, no point not having the clothes on if you can have clothes on. So we put this on, take that off. We're gonna end our turn. We then go to crafting. Put this here, craft that, go to our health tab, and, you know, this is also another weird thing. It puts it into your inventory first, so you can't, like, quick swap on healing items. Anyway, I guess we scavenge the storage shed, nothing. Again, put that back on the ground so we don't get cold, because now we're just, like, butt naked. Grab item. And then move the turn. We are not even like halfway. That is hilarious. Where the hell am I? Okay, yeah. Again, we have to kind of drop this. Turn. So we're gonna start freezing to death even with the sleeping bag. Which is gonna suck. Oh, did we leave the sleeping bag behind? That was dumb. Right. Oh, that just about killed us because not having the sleeping bag for like one turn knocked us so cold, and then we had to go back, grab it. Put that on the ground. Right. So, we're fine. We're going to end our turn. Oh, there's a person. There's a scavenge. Clothes, thank God. And apparently like tons of ammo to like make a fortune with. Now the question is, are we going to continue to freeze to death? Honestly, I feel like we grab the sleeping bag when we again try and book it. We're not actually that tired. I don't think we can put this in our inventory. Guess we try and beat anyone we see to death with our pot, and then we we are still too cold. We still need to drop the sleeping bag every turn, which is so stupid. Maybe now that it stopped raining? Probably not. Oh, that's a problem. Can I grab my sleeping bag back? And then we are going to run. Like a desperate retreat, maybe. Oh, and we're dead. God damn it. God damn it. Trapping botany, I guess tough. Athletic. I don't care about spending like one extra. I just think like trying to take skills that mean that we won't die immediately. Wow. Yes. Scavenge. scavenge. And scavenge. We found literally nothing. That's going to be a forest. We're going to move into it. Oh. How did I? At least it's not as cold this time. You move way faster when you're not cold. Nothing. God damn it. Go, go, go. I'm looting these buildings because it's like I've got to try and get some kind of loot because otherwise you will eventually just freeze to death. We found a gun and it's got bullets. We found a ladder, which will be useful for like maximizing the amount of loot we can. I'm going to avoid these ruins because they just risk injuring us. We can find shoes, we can travel even faster. Is what I'm going for here. Box, put the ladder in the box. I guess grab that. I don't think we bother with the wrench, and then we, again, just book it as far as we can. That's fine. There's certain tiles cost more to move on, so I'm avoiding them to hopefully like travel further. Hope. Actually, the scope could be really useful if I had some string. I gotta have string to be able to use the scope. The scope lets you like see one tile further, if I remember correctly. I should have gone into the forest because then I could have scavenged for some food. Honestly, I think this time it's probably smarter just to sleep when we get to dark. But like, look how much luckier we're being in terms of like not freezing to death, even though we don't have the sleeping bag this time. Like, it's not like we even found that much more loot to be like, oh, well, we've got clothes. It's like, it's still the same stuff, it's just not as cold as the default temperature. Okay, I can't be bothered doing that last bit. Yep, players got hypothermia. We have to go find a forest to camp in, because if we don't, we will freeze. Which, apparently, can be a real pain now, because we can't see shit. There we go, okay. So we end the turn, and then we're going to craft. Well, we go to the inventory, right click, use, and then we craft a stick, and there's a ladder and kindling. We go, hey, lit campfire. And then we leave the lit campfire on the ground, I guess. It's still apparently cold. It's still apparently cold. Let's scavenge with a light source in it. Got near we are. Nom. And then we sleep. Put the fire in there. I don't think it matters. Anyway. Sleep. And sleep. So fire went out. And we're hypothermic. And hopefully we can get another fire lit and I don't know if I just grab it to end our turn first. What do we just find? Sleeping bag was that? Yeah, sleeping bag. Okay. So we got the items. Do that. We still hypothermic, which is annoying. We have one turn, so we may as well move here. And then we put the sleeping bag down and go in turn. So we're going to gain some heat in the fact that we have our sleeping bag. We again have to hope that we don't die before we get there. Such a pain. We have to find water, because if we die, if we get too thirsty, then again it slows us down, and like effectively the less turns we spend moving, the better we're gonna be. Because again, every time I end turn, I have to pick up and drop the sleeping bag to. Yeah, at least we're back to like 3 turns. 3 moves per turn instead of like 2. Turn that back into that. Damn. Keep misclicking. I was gonna try and get the water, but no point backtracking for it. There we go. That's good. We just want a hill. Now, the fact that there's no loot makes me think that, now that might poison me, but hopefully we will be there before we die of poison. But like, before we... Yeah. We must be close because there's no loot symbol, which means that this place is, like, flagged as not lootable. Oh no, there is a loot symbol, never mind. Weird. Usually that's the sign that you're getting close, is that the loot table drops right the fuck off. I'm getting close. We probably start heading down. I just get close enough to like unlock it. What the fuck was that? Pop up. Great, we have to end our turn again. Theoretically we can stop dropping the sleeping bag as much now because we're back at comfortable range, which means that there it is. We won't die before we get there. Okay, slums, yes. Okay, so. What? No. Right, so. We made it to the goddamn thing. We can finally correct, like, the last few things. So. There's the gate. So this is supposed to be city. Why is mine like a different city? What? How did I make mine? Okay. And then above it is okay. So whatever I'm currently setting at tile 2 is supposed to be the tile above it. Okay. That took way too long to get there. Alright. So somewhere in the map. So the gate's 20. So that's in from the gate. So 13. What is 13? So there's 19, 13, 13, 11. So is it the 11? I think it's the 11. So the my assumption is the 13 is supposed to be an 11. Was it the 9? Okay, one of them is not getting done, so that's a probably pretty good giveaway. So it's not the 11. So that'd be the 9. So what we're setting 9 to is supposed to be 13. No, 11? 11. So where's the Zomzom? Zomzom has a 9, is what my guess is. Yeah. So 9. Nine is city, but city's apparently the wrong tile, I guess. So it's not, is it 11? Must be 11. So, slum city equals 11. Alright, so 11 is slum cities, which is probably what those are down there. So then I just need to rearrange whatever the fuck that is. So the city turns into city, which apparently is not. So it's slum city turns into city, and this is fairgrounds city ruins, I guess, maybe. So if we rerun our code to extract the map, I guess shouldn't throw any errors, would be the indication that it's finding every number. So I guess the thing to do is head down here and go, oh, okay, so these are the warehouses. Maybe. Okay. Do I have that set correctly? I don't remember. So we're gonna run the main game and have a look at what happened. So when we run this, and it should like load everything, and it should all just be fine, and go. Okay, it didn't throw anything about not having specific tile. Now I'm a bit curious why this goes as low as it does, but anyway. So over here, we look at this and we go, yes, yes, correct, correct. Aha, I think that's everything is working. We sell our gun. A torch. This does make the game a hell of a lot easier once you get here, because you can like just sort of not die, you know? I think we sell the gun, because the guns are not that good, but also like extremely good, as in like it's so expensive to use the guns, and you always get wrecked by anyone that does have a gun. But the key thing being like the gun, I don't know what I'm trying to like. I would not be like using a gun. Guns are great to make money, but like they're so expensive that you go bang bang and then like kind of broke, and you're not likely to even kill your opponent. But if someone else goes bang bang on you, likely dead. Anyway, no, the batteries are flat. The fun thing about this is you can recharge batteries. There's like a spot around here. You like literally right click and like extract energy. Over here, maybe. So coming out over here. Some stuff on the ground. Nope, it's just random trash loot. No, but we can make lockpicks, and I think lockpicks are quite profitable. Endoterm, wonder if this way. That is heated by some kind of campfire. There we go. Let's like empty this out, and then you can like empty this out. And then annoyingly, again, whole reason I'm trying to like remake this stuff is like it's a very clunky. You pick up this and you put like the electricity into the batteries. You have to like separate the stack of batteries to be able to put electricity in the bottom battery. And then you can like right click, use this, and then empty it out. Get more power. Then obviously you can't carry electricity with you. Then you put the two batteries inside the torch, and the torch works. Da. Okay. Anyway, so not supposed to be fucking around in the game. I just wanted to double check that this stuff's all correct. Lovely. Cool. What the hell's next? Oh yeah, we're gonna go back to our weird statistics thing. I've had that wrong for ages because I didn't pick up that that's actually the wrong building to have there. Anyway, what we're doing, we were number crunching. We were going here and we're going to our scan thing and we're going to go like, hey, so once you've scanned the map, okay, extract stats. So the total, and then this iterates through the mini map, and it says sell the insert. Right. First off, let's go. Let sell equal gen tile from rep r. Yeah. Okay. Dot unwrap or gen tile ocean. Can we just pass in cell like that? Right. So then we go entry and we say cell. or insert. That should work. You need a semicolon. You don't like this because gen cell apparently has to implement hash, which is fun. Hash. Right. So this does this, and then we go, hey, gen cell. We go, hey. Well, we don't even need to do that now because they've just got names. So now that counts up every different type of gen cell. Then we're going to iterate through the gen cells, I guess. So we need to keep track of the tiles. So annoyingly, we know how many tiles exist in here, right? But we need to subtract all the tiles. So we're going to say let total equal. No, it's not minimap.length because the minimap has issues. Not tiles.length. Right, this is tiles.map dot iter tiles dot iter dot map. So we need to map and then dot count. Or no, sum. And we go, you are. What does tiles contain? So it's underscore and C, and then we go C. Reference C. And then we go like divide by like 16 to get us to the actual number of tiles. And then we push ID. Again, we don't need to do this. Why did total? How have you ended up being an F32? Okay, so again, we only need to know the statistics for the sake of. Did I use up tiles? I did. Okay, so. Well, actually, we have total up there, don't we? Yeah, the total up there, because as we iterate through each of these, do I skip any of them? I don't think so. Right, so we just have the total. We don't actually need to do this. We can just say total divide equals 16. Right, so there's the total number of actual cells. Can't resign. Yeah. Okay. So we do that, and then we say these are our counts. So we iterate through this, and we do our counts. That's every cell, and we count the cells, and we tally up exactly how many of each type of cell we get. So we know the total number of cells. So we're going to say for tile count in counts.iter. Right. And we go. Our numbers will be slightly off because of the swamp tiles that technically are randoms, but we're going to say if let tile, or like that, it's like let tile if tile not equal to gen tile random, then no, if gen tile is equal to random, continue. Otherwise, we want to say that the total minus equals count. I guess we just want the total number of random, don't we? Oh no, because we need to subtract stuff, maybe? What do you do? So you set the color and say, okay. So we should probably, do this be like Gentile cryo lab, and then Gentile DMC, and then Gentile. This is not grass. This is. Oh no, this is. Wait, you. Oh yeah, each thing should have a tile, shouldn't it? Maybe. Let's not bother with that then. It's gonna try and make it like work properly, but So if for tile in count tile. Yeah, because I don't think there's any hard-coded forests or that. Let me say like for tile count if tile equals. Apparently gen tile doesn't have equal. It does. Why are you saying I can't equal it? Okay, strange. Okay, so if the tile equals random, then continue. Otherwise, subtract the total. Maybe. This is the total number of not random, which makes sense. Right, then we go for okay, so do this and say percentage. So we say count. That's that count, which we want to say is probably these tiles actually. For tiles. So we have the name and the count. And we say count divided by total times by 100. This is the percentage. Okay, so we're going to say if count, no, if I guess match tile. This is why it would be nice if I could use the things. So what did we conclude? There was a dry facility, DMC, grass, forest, water, deep forest. So there's water source, which I assume we have somewhere. City ruin 10. So these have gen tiles. The only ones that don't is hills, and I feel like we could just add a gen tile for hills. And it's like the idea is there's no gen tile that does hills. Like hills just don't spawn in the actual base game. Like none of them are hard coded. So forest, like 3, 4, 5. So I'm gonna say hills. It'd actually be kind of funny is I could go and modify my game file, reload it, and see what it spawns. If I like what 6 would actually be hard coded as. Gen tile. I'm going to call all of the Gentiles lakes. That should let me like override most of these. So the DMC is going to be Gentile DMC. I will call it Detroit City. Grass, forest, hills. No, not ocean. Wait, no, yeah, FS is ocean. No, this is not forest. This is strange. Maybe. No, deep forest was yeah, okay. So this was again we need to add in a Gentile and say I should be putting these in order. Just to make it easier to find them. 14. So we're gonna say grass equals 1 and cabin equals 2. Because again, 2 more numbers that are never used. Oh no, apparently grass is 36. Never mind. We have grass. Okay. So cabin returns hexel cabin. Right. We go back to here. Okay. So strange forest is actually cabin. Water source is lake shore. Town is town. Ruins is ruins, and city is city ruins. So let's call it city then? What the fuck was it? Okay. Now, why does it think it has to be a string? So cryolab. There we go. So that'll fill the ocean up with the ocean and everything. Right, so that should collect all the things that we have, and then we go, hey, can you like debug print this? And then here we say, like we have the counts, don't we? Because we like counts. Yes, this is the hash map. We say if let some fixed equals counts.get tile. Well, I guess we just say that fixed equals, so we get an unwrap or 0 or 0. Right, and then your count. So we take your count minus fixed, turn it into a float. Oh, yeah. So let fixed equal count. We dereference here. Okay, fine. Cloned. Like that, thank you. Right. So we go tiles. Okay, so we have to go like that. Yeah, okay. So we iterate the tiles, collecting and putting out that number. Then we go through here, we grab each of these other tiles and we say, hey, so you this, and so we go, hey, if you're not random, then select, remove your total from the count. Then we iterate through all of them again. We're gonna, hey, if you let the fixed equal, and then count, and then get, and then this and that. And we go, let percentage is count minus fixed divided by the total. And then we say, hey, percentage. Okay, I think that should give us the actual percentages. because it's effectively removing like hard-coded things like the ocean, where it's like there's a 0% chance it spawns because it only ever spawns where it's told to spawn. So it should say 0% chance of like there's a 0% chance of a tile being ocean. Now we fucked up something somewhere because it said that the forest count is 29,184. That makes it a 300% chance of spawning. Cabin. That percentage, these percentages are way too high. What did I fuck up? So first off, it's this count is divided by 16. So that should bring it back into sane range. Probably should also have a bit of a gap. Make it easier to work out exactly when. I guess it's dereference count divided by 16 minus that number. So, and then we say line. Right, so we have that map data stats. We'll print out. Apparently, the Detroit city is negative 0.7%. Okay. So there's like a 3.3% chance of it being a lake. There's 0 oceans unaccounted for. There's a 3.2% chance of being a cabin. There's like a 60% chance of being grass. Higher than I was expecting, actually. Now I'm concerned that I've mixed up city and something else because there appears to be a 95% chance of a city spawning. Which is incorrect. There is exactly 0% chance of a city spawning. Yeah, so 0 naturally spawning, 100 towns, yep, 17% in. Okay, so this seems pretty reasonable. I have a feeling that if I sum this up, it would sum to greater than 100%. Precisely because the cities show up, and the idea is like, I subtracted everything that wasn't random, and then calculated the odds of it being random. Out of all the random cells, what were the chances that it wasn't random? Okay. So we're gonna go back to our neo scavenger, we're gonna go back up the top and go, hey, like, these are my corrected for hard coded. So there are 300 and something lakes. So we can check that actually, because we said I called them water sources. So 2 hard coded water sources, which adds up. 0 oceans, so we can go to the oceans in the cryo labs because they're 100% hard coded. Caverns. in forest count is 219. Yep, so none of them are hard coded. So yeah, it went up like quite a bit. In towns, so there's like 3 of those that are hard coded. The ruins, 3 of those are hard coded. The forests have lots of hard coded ones. So their percentage is actually the one that grew that kind of the most. Oh, actually, no hard coded hills. Yeah, so the math kind of checks out. If I like, I feel like there should be 1 less grass now. I remember there being 2 hard coded grasses. I don't know. It'll be fine. So there's a 60% chance. Okay. So when we generate you, we follow the rules, and then when we get to the end, we I guess we just like write us a little like random noise thingy bob and be all like So I guess we go like Gentile and we go fn from noise. Or I guess I kind of want to call it a tile generator and just write it out as like a scripted thing. We write it here, it'd be like fn get random gentile. Gentile. Right, so we're going to say that I guess RNG it's going to obviously need to sample multiple RNGs, I guess. Input RNG. That also seems immutable then, so I can grab multiple copies of it. Right, so I guess dumb. Let roll equal generate me a number from 0 to 100. Range 0 to 100. So we're going to say if roll less than 60, return grass. So what I'm thinking, because again, like lake isn't actually lake, it's water. And because there's the hills, like the water has to split across all of them, but the fact that there's 300, I feel like the forests probably don't. The forests and the cabins, I reckon, roll together. And honestly, the way that the water's coming out, it probably is more like hills and water also roll together, and that they both sum to the same number, which is 20%. I guess we could be like greater than 40. So that would then be like only I'm gonna take 60%. Well, actually, I think we yeah, if it's greater than 60, if it's less than 60, else if roll is less than May as well just get like RNG. Cool, and then so it's so that here's probability of being true, 60%. Then I'm gonna say when you get left, there's only 40% left. So we're gonna say that there is roll and between 0 and 5. Then we match roll. Zero roll gen file. Okay, 0 or 1. One, 2 or 3, and then 4, and then this is going to be Gentile grass. Right. So you then say, so what we're saying is that there's a 20% chance of what's left being a cabin, 20% chance of what's left being, oh, I don't know, 40% chance of what's left being a cabin, forest, 40% being hills, and 10% being a structure of some kind. Then when we get into the hills, now we need to start splitting this further and being like, there's a, what's that, like, so 2 and 18. Calculate 2 divided by 18, 10%. Okay, so if RNG dot random bool 10%, gen cabin, otherwise gen forest. It's not gen like, but anyway. Well, that's kind of the idea, though, is that technically there's as many lakes as there are cabins, and there's enough hills less that it feels like the interesting. Yeah. Okay. And then how do we work out the town? So the town ruin. Where's the city though? Town city. Okay, so there's a. How do I not end up with any cities? Did I accidentally remove them? Where have they gone? All right, we're going off these fractions. So town and the city, and then there's 4 times as much chance of being a ruin. There's 1%, 1%, 3%. That's if, well, okay. Let roll equal between 0 and 5 if match roll. So it's either town, city, and everything else is ruins. So there's basically a 1 in 5 chance that it'll be a town, 1 in 5 chance it'll be a city, and 3 in 5 chance that it will be a ruins. If RNG, 10% chance that when you roll a lake tile, okay, gen random roll. Okay, so then we come down here and we go, your response is to say, sampler, don't return grass, say, let gentile equal get the random gentile, let RNG equal, I guess it's like rand RNG liquid RNGs std RNG from seed, and then you're no, not seed, from u64, and that's going to be cell dot q shifted as u64 shifted 32 forward with cell dot r as u64. Now the issue is that this is always going to roll exactly the same RNG based on the location of the cell. So we need to somehow seed this we do that. Let's apparently do this. And then we have to XOR this with the seed. XOR with you have the rules. Okay. So you just have a seed then. Well, that's easy. With self.seed. Okay, and then we go, hey, can you pass in a mutable reference to RNG? Like so. And then we have to then we have to go like gentile dot resolve. That's also going to mute RNG. So, so we put that here, don't we? So we have to just add resolve, and the way the resolve is going to work is resolve is just going to where do you get this from? Oh, this loads the rules, yeah. And, okay. And then again, we need to get the seed. We need a resolve, which is under here. This gets the hex type. We go fn resolve. Otherwise, so you don't return, you return a hex cell, no, hex type. Yeah. And so you either do that or you say self dot get hex type. So if you're random, you call no, we already got the random. It's we just encode anything that's not. So it's because I think we're already returning forest cat. So the only thing that we actually need to care about is the water. Okay, so it's actually no, we needed to use a new item and say water source. And say that the hills return a water source, not a tile water source. Just no. Yeah, hill springs fine for now. But I'm going to say Water source. That's it. Like, there's just the hill spring in the lake. It's just like an extra RNG roll and. So you see it was 0? No. Where did I get the fucking seed from? Oh, it's random. There you go. And then you pass in. Apparently, if we give it seed, we're going to test sample it. No, new sample. Now we probably shouldn't be doing that, but anyway. Good to read it every time. It's kind of dumb. Anyway, we pass in. As U60. There. So random seed, random data. String, read to string, read to string. So when I run this, it's gonna do that. I was checking the tiles and being like, there's no other water tiles. There's a mount, there's a hill. Oh, there's a swamp, and then there's also there's a swamp and a lake. They're two apparently different. You know what? I'm wondering if maybe this one, this is supposed to be the lake, and this is the alternative option, because it would make sense with all these other things being like unique buildings to do specific things. I also don't know where these are on the map, but yeah. All right. So there is a swamp, and there's also a lake. So I guess technically we want to roll. I don't know what the odds are. So we can just like look around and go like, they seem fairly common, maybe. I'm gonna say just by this random look. So swamps feel slightly rarer, but like they all seem to be about the same number of times. Except I only saw one swamp, but they could just literally be like variants in that, like. So we were like hex hill spring lake hex type swamp, and then just be like choose dot unwrap or unwrap or cannot find choose for array, but I have to input that then. There you go. Cool. So that'll just pick one at random. I could probably do that instead of the other shit that I was doing where I'm matching on an odds thing. Because that, like, at the very least looks nicer. What was I doing? It's up here. So I'm going to say like roll, and then we're going to go and then we match roll. Right, and the roll is then becomes dot choose, and then RNG dot unwrap or it actually be like let some else grass. Right, so then we can choose tile forest, and then we do 2 copies of forest, and then we gen tile hills. We need 2 copies of hills, and then we gen tile. Yes, that's where that becomes hard because we only want to roll the town. I guess technically we could. Yeah, we go to a gen tile and we insert somewhere that there's a like a city. Well, the thing would be is at that point, I said like these being 10-to-1 rolls. I guess what we're saying is there's 2 forests. So there's a town, there's a city, and then there's a ruin. But then there's, I guess, 6 forests and 6 hills. And then if you roll a gentile forest, gentile hill, and then I mean anything else just falls through. But even that I feel like should just fall through. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with that. I need to reference it. I can't move. What? Dot cloned. Do not have clone. Right, so it makes much more sense to be like gentile. Down to Cryolabs 6, 7, 8, 9. Where's sure there's a 10. Alright. Anyway. My thinking is if we find the largest number, which is 20. This is grass. They really thought about it right at the end. Do we need a okay, then we say like building. So we're gonna stop numbering them if they're my like purely my stuff. So we should probably do that too. Then is if we're going to say like water source should probably not be up there because it's not actually a thing. And same with cabin. We're going to say building, cabin, water source. They're my stuff. I don't know if I had any of the other stuff, did I? I don't think so. I did hills, didn't I? They should probably. Anyway, what we could do then is say there's 2 chances forest, 2 chances, 2 chances at hills, and then gentile building. 1 chance at a building, and I think actually might just want to return that. Like we just roll that. No, not quite right. Like maybe the kind is. Got unwrap or grass. So what I'm thinking is if we do that, we're going, hey, you're forest, your hills, your building. And then when we go to this, right here, yeah, resolve. So gentile building. Okay. Just return city, I guess. Really, it shouldn't return anything, but we should return a road. Yeah, because at least then I know that something's broken. So then when we come down here, when we go to resolve, we say, hey, water sources resolve into Hill Springs, Lake Springs. And then Gentile water source. No, Gentile building. And then the Gentile building resolves into choose. Okay. Wait. So then we have to choose from hex type. So it was like town hex type city. And hex type ruin. That's interesting. Must be building ruins. That makes it 3 times more likely to choose that, and then we go unwrap or hex type grass. I like the idea of that. Just defaulting to grass if you don't succeed. if somehow something goes terribly wrong and it rolls a number that's not valid. Right, so now when apparently OBS is disconnected. Okay, apparently reconnected. So it really doesn't like negative numbers. Have to multiply them together, maybe? Yeah. Something's going terribly wrong when the numbers effectively sum to 0, I think is what's happening there. Or one of them's becoming negative and then, like, masking everything out. That or the seed only XORs with the top half, so... That's always a fun thing. I always do this. Alright. How does the RNG work then? I mean, the obvious thing to do would just be to sample. So we shifted 32. And we order it with that, and then we XOR it with the seed, and the seed is a 64-bit number. The issue is that the seed is a not a 64-bit number. The seed that we're passing in is only a 32-bit number, which I do wonder if that's causing a problem in that, like, we're only randomizing the bottom part, maybe. Seed equals cell dot q XORed with seed self dot seed as U64 shifted 32. Right. XOR them both with the seed. Then we have to do maybe. Honestly, just hash the 2 seeds. std hash. No, is it maybe Bevy? Bevy platform collection hash table hash map default hasher with seed per hash seed. I don't know what the fuck a shareable seed is. I don't know what a shared seed is. Okay, so self.seed as U64, and then I don't know, a shareable seed. I don't know what a fucking shareable seed is. Random seed intended to be shared by many different fold hash instances. This seed is consumed by folder hash with seed with seed.
That's chilly, mate.
No, just do the RNG the fucking long way, weirdo. Why am I trying to do this? So shifted this, shifted that. No, it says you XORed with self.seed as U64. Why can you not XOR self? Is your seed okay? Right. So like you as U64. XORed with a seed as U64. Like that. And then I mean theoretically that would also work because XORing you that seed like that would XOR the seed at the end, but anyway. You and then an XOR with self.seed as U64. Alright, so we're gonna hash both halves of the thing with the seed. That I hope will stop it. I think what ends up happening is because we is that everywhere that the numbers are the same, it XORs to the same thing. What the fuck is this seed trying to? Who's bitching about not having the right? Oh, just pass in the seed. The other option, mismatch types. No, that's the correct type. What are you mismatch types with? Anyway. Yeah, random number. But the idea is that when we because we're like using a recurring pattern, the seed was getting rolled the same. It's still the same. God fucking damn. I don't quite understand how because like I understand that these diagonal lines come from the fact that like 0 and 1, but I'm not adding the seeds together because usually I end up with these situations. I'll add them together, and it's like, well, there's like anywhere that like diagonal falls, but this is like anywhere that they become 0, it stops working. You could do the absolute, but that just results in the same fucking shit happening. So what we need to do is, I guess, give it noise. My issue with the noise is that Perlin noise is specifically like it's about keeping the noise together.
And you can't. I don't think you can just like grab random numbers that are miles apart. I guess you can turn the frequency up really really high. Maybe like that's why I'm shifting them and not adding them, is because that would make sense why they would always zero out. Why are you becoming a negative and then? Because the reason that like they're repeating on that diagonal like that is because something about giving them the two adjacent seeds. The seeds get the same number. Like when you increment that by one, you get the same seed. But I'm not adding them. Like, do I XOR it then? Maybe I need to rotate? I don't know. Somehow it's getting the now I can't tell if it's repeating is the issue. For my next trick, I guess I have to encode this into a texture, and then look at that texture compared to this texture and go, do they look the same random? Honestly, I'm going to say yes, because they've both got like these strings of like really close together, which is just effectively random noise. Look, there's the isotope line. I love this little one single white pixel there. So what the hell is going on? First off, are we spawning any cabins? I don't think so. I haven't seen a single cabin. Have I seen any hill waters? No. Any lakes? No. So, although our RNG is working, it appears to always be rolling the same numbers. No, that doesn't come up. Why is it never rolling? Why is it never rolling water? What am I doing wrong? My assumption is that I'm not returning water source. When I roll, so you roll and you say, "Hey, get random tile," and then get random tile says, you return a forest. So 60% chance of it. So it is returning forest, hills, and buildings, and then I am getting all three of the buildings, which means that when this calls resolve, because we're not calling. Right, so it's the hill has to have a. That seems redundant. Anyway, I don't want to have to make it recursive. We can be like gen tile random. No, it's gen tile hills, and then the hills needs to. I guess the hills has a if RNG dot random bool, so there's a 10% chance else that's the wrong type of brackets, thank you. Else we just say hex type hill, and then we say that there's a 10% chance that you're a hex type. I guess we would just say hill spring. But it's not quite that high. That's the issue. It's 5% chance. No, that would have to require hills to become more. That's why we have to do like a water source. I was going like mathematically, it's probably like there's a chance that hills become water source hills, and that grass becomes water source grass, and that forests become cabins.
but that would mean that hills and forests have different percentage chances of being rolled, because I'd have to somehow correct for that. So no, we go tile water source dot resolve. Terrible code because it can be recursive. I mean, technically, like, it could recurse forever, but like, because it's always probability, like, it never will recurse forever unless I built an actual loop into it, like where a swamp always called for something that then always called for something that always called for something. Yeah, this should give us a chance of getting water. We had that to forest as well, don't we? Do the same thing with forest. So we can find these water sources now. Cool. Something tells me that I have made them a little bit rarer than they're supposed to be, but then again, like, again, it's a probability thing of like I've made them as probable of spawning as like the map that I have to test on, and like interesting. That's fun. So generate hills if random boolean the water source. Yeah, so then we have to go like tile forest, and then that has a 1 in 10 of just becoming a cabin. You don't resolve cabins, you just hex tile type cabin. Okay. So I think that's how that worked. Like, we go back up to the math, we go, so there's a, yeah, I don't know. City is probably the wrong thing then. So the towns and the ruins is correct. The city's, the town is correct. I feel like I've mislabeled something city. So anyway, which would be throwing the numbers off slightly. Honestly, doesn't matter. The numbers would be out for like 100 out of like 10,000. Anyway, so I mean, that also checks out to being like basically just chip the number over, call it 10,000, which would mean that cities. So if I just put it in there for the sake of saying it's in there, we're going to say that you'd be 0.96%. Right. So effectively towns and cities, and then ruins, forests, cabin. So I reckon, again, like it still feels very much like if you combine these two together, you get 20%. If you combine these two together, you get 20%. Not quite, it's like 17%. But I think that, again, that's random variance, because if I'm assuming that these are as equally common as each other and this is just noise, then that would be 5%. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Where the fuck the rest of my percents go? 5%, 20%, 40%, 45. Yeah, we have extra percents here. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I'm gonna say there's only a 50% chance of that happening. Where did I fuck up? How did I get percentages greater than? Anyway, doesn't particularly matter. There's some extra randoms in there, but if RNG ran, so we're gonna say like there's a 50% chance. Distant numbers nicer. Because that makes the effectively there's a 10% chance of a building, a 20% chance of a forest, and a 20% chance of a hill or water. And then like a 50% chance of grass. I don't know if that's the actual odds that they spawn at, but feels good. Frank. Yeah, there's the cryo facility. I guess next is like to make movement. Maybe. Yeah, I guess. Actually super impressed that this is working. We could add the minimap. That would be an interesting way of like comparing. Honestly, I feel like it needs some like early noise where it's like the trees will cluster together and the hills won't and stuff. Also, it says there's mountains, but I don't appear to have ever actually seen the mountains. Sometimes it says there's sand, and I've never seen sand, so I'm thinking that's just like something that was like scrapped because like there is assets for mountains. Yeah. Where's that like iron slappy thing? Look over here somewhere. Okay. Who knows? Who cares? Yeah. So I guess we should add the main menu and be like, let's work on menus for a second. I'm probably gonna call it quits in another 20 minutes. So we're gonna say got world gen working. Right. So next, I think we're gonna So the menu manager, menu. Okay, so we have to. This is the main menu, and then we go UI. Okay, so menu. We're gonna go like mod. That's interesting. I was trying to think like how to do this. So we're gonna say like new game menu. So the new game menu. So we're gonna go up and open new game menu. I guess we could start working on having like a state stuff. But anyway, so mute menu is a menu manager. Home, here like pub use super. Right, so we have our menu manager. So we're going to say menu dot open menu. So the menu's name is start new game. We could like copy main menu, I guess. Okay, so menu. Okay, so the label is going to be new game, and then as the text layout, and then we have a button. Let's just play, and we're going to create. So create calls create, I guess, button, and then that's going to have an underscore on activate. It's going to return nothing. So UI and menus probably really should be their own thing, because I feel like I'm going to have a bunch of transitions from one screen to another, but like it would be like here and be like mod. I guess we'll go with screens. Pub mod screens. So we're gonna have like a state. Did my fucking thing disconnect again? What the hell? My stream has apparently dropped like 98% of frames. The fuck? How long's my stream been dropping in and out? Well. Great. Game screens. Game screen. This is going to derive can I say state? Game screen. Main menu. So we like use, Bevy, prelude. This is main menu, so this would be the I guess the we'll just call it menu, because like the idea is that it's a menu, and then this is the char. World map. And game I own. So we're gonna have like a pub. Go to the screen, which takes in a screen. And which is a game screen, and returns a So then we go back to here, we go new game, and so we unactivate. We go create. No, Bevy. Why can I not access it? Oh, always inside. Yeah, so this is create. Create scenes, go to scene, and then game scene. Fuck it. Why can I not import you? Alright, we have to go back up to you and say, hey, can you like use Bevy feathers? Feathers prelude. Controls. And Bevy widgets apparently. Use Bevy feathers. No, Bevy UI widgets. Right. So we have activate, and then activate calls this. No, not make it public. Is that what's going on? Like, what the fuck is your problem? I didn't. Okay. Okay. So this is create character.